Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Cycling Union and British Cycling, welcome to the National Cycling Centre Manchester and Day 2 of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. Thank you for being part of the UCI World Cup. Have a great day and enjoy the track cycling. Please be advised that flash photography is not permitted within the velodrome. As a courtesy to the athletes, please turn off the flash on your camera and your phone. For your own safety and the safety of athletes, please do not place items or drinks on the barrier surrounding the track. Thank you for your cooperation. The velodrome wishes to provide all spectators with a clean and environmentally friendly venue. Please assist us by placing all rubbish and waste items in the bins provided.
Welcome, good morning. It's day 2 of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester. Welcome to the National Cycling Centre, the place, of course, where over the years so many European, world and Olympic champions have been born and raised. You will be seeing some of them today in this bumper day session here on day 2. So much to look forward to. Some glittering names of track cycling will be plying their trades for you right here at the Manchester Velodrome. So wipe the sleep from your eyes, because those eyes will be feasted to some track cycling for the next few hours. Just in case you haven't got a programme yet, they are available for £6. Pick one up if you can. It's got the list of everything that's going on today. I've made a note of them so you don't have to. The individual pursuit for men and women, we will see the qualifying heats of that in the day session. The individual sprint qualifiers for the women as well, featuring world champion Becky James. That's to come. The Omnium for women will begin, so we've got the first 2 events of the Omnium, and the men's, which started yesterday, will continue with events number 4 and 5 of 6. Also, the men will have their qualifying for the points and the Kirin as well. So we'll be seeing our first appearance of the Derny. That is all to come later. We'll be attempting to take you through all those new events that you might not have necessarily seen. If you're new to track cycling, we will also attempt to introduce you to the sport as a whole. We have an expert commentary team. Hugh Porter and Carl Lawrenson will be enlisting them and their expertise to introduce you to a little bit more of what you're going to be watching a little bit later. Incidentally, if you'd like to get involved, and that includes asking the guys up in the commentary box any questions, here's how you do it. We'd like you to get involved via Twitter. Hashtag TWC is what you need to add to your tweets to get it up onto the big screen. We'll be asking some of those questions later. At British Cycling has a blog running live throughout the entire Track World Cup here in Manchester. And if you would like to tweet the Track World Cup itself, that is at Track World Cup. So at Track World Cup, all one word, and at British Cycling. But to get up on the big screen, it's hashtag TWC. So make a note of all those things, and we'll be using them as the day progresses. So plenty to look forward to, plenty of heats qualifying, and the Omnium continuing as well. We'll also be introducing you to a little bit about how things are going to work. We'd like to thank the volunteers for giving up their time. They are going to be all around you, making your experience here at the Manchester Velodrome that unforgettable one that we know you'll have. We've already had 5 gold medals and 2 world records. Let's hope we have some more. Now, this isn't the only event going on in Manchester this weekend. It is part of a wonderful lineup of sporting events. Let's find out a little bit more.
The 2013-2014 UCI Track Cycling World Cup would like to thank its official sponsors. Tissot, official timekeeper of the Track Cycling World Cup and proud sponsor of the UCI events. British Cycling. Manchester City Council. UK Sport. Fiat. And Brother.
Now, I want to introduce you to an area that you cannot avoid. It is the track centre. So much goes on down here, and some of it, at least in the New Zealand team, involves Chris. Chris, very good morning. You'll notice that actually it's always the mechanics that are here first because they've got the hardest and longest days. Chris is a mechanic for the New Zealand team. Look at how many bikes he has to look after. This is an extraordinary amount of work. Chris, what does your day involve? Tweaking, fixing, building, everything, I would imagine?
Yep, cleaning, making sure the bikes are running 100%, talking to the riders to make sure that they feel good on the bike. They change all the time.
And genuinely, how many bikes are under your control in any one day?
Depending if you have 10 to 15 riders, you might have 20 bikes. You have spare bikes, their race bike, pursuit bike, scratch race bike. So it just keeps going on and on.
And of course, they're all different. They're all set up differently. They've all got different mechanical designs to them. So every single one is a unique piece of equipment.
Yeah, that's right. Most of the stuff is generic, so we carry the same spare wheels and stuff for everything, but for the frames and handlebars and stuff, it's all set up specific for the riders.
Now, we never want to see crashes, clearly, but if a crash does happen, do you wince a little bit? Not because your guy has hurt himself, but because actually you're going to have to fix it.
Yeah. It's one of those cringe moments. You sit there and you go, shit. But yeah, it's one of the things that's unavoidable. There's always going to be a crash. So just hopefully to minimise as much as you can.
Well, Chris, thank you very much indeed. Get back to your work. He's got a toolbox with about 150 different spanners in it. We apologise if you heard some language that you didn't necessarily want to hear there, but thank you very much to Chris. There's so much going on down here. We just saw some guys warming up behind. You'll see them warming up all over the place. They warm up, they're warm down, they'll have their nutrients, they'll have their protein shakes, they'll do it all down here in the track centre. It really is a hive of activity. Don't go anywhere because we are just over 5 minutes away from getting underway for day 2 of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester. So we've not got long before we get underway. And actually, the first event that you're going to be seeing is the individual pursuit. And this is crucial to that event. We'll be seeing the men do it later. In fact, there is a lot of opportunities for you to watch this countdown very carefully. And the reason that we want you to watch it carefully as well, of course, as the riders, is that you need to be very, very quiet, particularly in the final 10 seconds of the countdown, because the riders, clearly they want to get a good start. They're up against the clock, and it absolutely matters that they get underway in the best way possible. So they need to hear the beeps. There are beeps, and I can tell you that there's a beep on the 10, and then a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So keep a very, very clear eye on the clock. When it goes to 10, it'll beep once, and then on the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0, it will beep 5 times. So the guys who are on the start lines right by the clocks need to make sure they can hear that. Now, clearly when you're quiet, we don't want you to be quiet for very long, so at 0, we need you to make sure you're as loud as possible. We need you to fill this place with noise and to support the athletes you've come here to cheer. Now, up on the big screen, just to remind you, we will be able to show you something to make sure that you're quiet. So have a look at the big screens right now, and we will show you what you will see. So, that's your warning, and we'll run it down, and I'll just show you how quiet you need to be, what the beeps are, and then at the end of it, please, for now, as a practice, make some noise. So we're on 10, down to 5. When it's 0, I want to hear you make some noise. Let's hear you. Okay, make some noise. I tell you what, that was very good. Now, we are just 3 minutes away from racing, so when it happens for real, every single time it goes to 0, let's hear you scream until the roof lifts off. Because it gets very hot in here, you might need some air.
So our first competitive action on the track today is the women's individual pursuit qualification round. 10 riders taking the start in this, and the first heat in the home straight representing Team USN from Wales is Kiara Horn, and in the back straight from the United States of America, Jade Wilcoxon.
The opening event of the day, women's qualification for the 3,000 metre individual pursuit, 12 laps of the track. We've got 5 heats, and we're looking for the quickest 2 riders to progress into the competition for the gold and silver medals. So onto the track, starting in the home straight, we've got Kiara Horn, 24 years of age from Wales, and her opponent Jade Wilcoxon from USA. USA, the holders actually of the world record with Sarah Hammer at 3:22.269. So it's all about timing your effort, this, isn't it? And at the moment, the rider from USA has gone off the mark quicker here, Wilcoxon. First kilometre, pretty tight actually, 1:16.012 for Horn. They're well matched, these two. That world record is a matter of interest set by Sarah Hammer at altitude at the Pan American Championships in 2012 at Aguascalientes in Mexico, 3:22.269. But the nearest sea level time came in Athens by Sarah Ulmer, the Kiwi, when she clinched the gold medal at 3:24.537, which is probably a more accurate reflection on the time. So at the moment, going stronger here is Horn, carving out a slender advantage as they're nearing the 2 kilometre point. Horn from Warwickshire, formerly represented Ireland actually, but now Wales. They're going to have to sit back, of course, and see whether or not the times they've posted will be quick enough to get them into the 4 to ride off for the medals. Just 10 entered here then for this. But the American certainly hasn't given up. Wilcoxon, they're having a real old scrap here, these two. Good event to start off the proceedings here on day 2 of the World Cup in Manchester. And this, of course, will be the benchmark. 2 to go. It's a big injection of pace now by Horn from Wales. She'll no doubt be representing her country in the Commonwealth Games next year in Glasgow. With the bell this time. 1 lap to go. Half a lap remaining here in the first heat. And it's going to be Horn that will win. Let's have a look at her time. 3:42.413, and for Wilcoxon 3:44.661.
So as you has just confirmed, the first two riders having completed their 12 laps of pursuing qualification effort. Remember, the fastest 4 riders will progress to the finals this evening. Fastest 2 riding for gold and silver, and 3rd and 4th fastest contesting the bronze medal. And Horn is the faster of the 2 who've gone so far, 3:42.413. And the time for Will Coxon was 3:44.661. Next on the track will be heat number 2. And Heat 2 coming to the track, starting in the home straight. Already a gold medalist in the team pursuit for Great Britain. It's Joanna Rousel, and her opponent in the back straight for Russia, Alexandra Chakina.
So Joanna Rousel getting a rasping round of applause as she moves sweetly out of the gate in her time trial over the 12 laps. And her opponent, Alexandra Chakina of Russia, a bronze medal winner in 2011 in the junior version of the individual pursuit in Moscow. But Joanna Rousel from Sutton down there in South London, many times a gold medal winner for the team pursuit. And of course she is a current Olympic gold medalist. Joanna Rousel, no mean performer at the individual 3000 either. National champion in 2011, and really with a very small entry on that occasion in an arena that had few spectators. She posted a PB of 3:30.55, which is very impressive indeed. So Rousel has the tools in the drawer here to take this competition apart. And that time of 3:30 is only just shy of the Commonwealth Games event record held by Kate McAteer. So Rousel could be one to be in the frame for a gold medal in the Commonwealth Games if she chooses to ride. So it's an opening kilometre of 1:13.6, impressive. 2.4 seconds faster than Horn in Heat 1. Rousel looking smooth, very good indeed. Got the Russian now in her sights. Perfect scenario this, to have Chakina just dangling there, an incentive to catch her, and of course that will enable her to raise her game. There aren't many in the field here that will ride as quick as Rousel. In fact, putting my head on the block here, I would say you're looking at the rider that's going to post the quickest in the qualification time here, the potential gold medal winner. Such a talent, British time trial champion as well. British record, as a matter of interest, is held by Rebecca Romero when she set that in Beijing. That's out of reach. 2:24.145. Impressive, this. 3.5 seconds quicker than Horn. So she's on round about a 3:38 here. And she's going to pick up the Russian with about 2.5 to go. Here she comes. Here's the catch. Achieved. 2 laps to go for Rousel. Now Chakina will have to continue to complete the distance to record a time for qualification, and she's not allowed to get any closer than the distance she trails Rousel now, otherwise she'll be warned by the commissaires. That's just about the regulation distance. Chris Newton, the coach for the elite women on the line. He'll have a schedule for her. Around about a 2:38, 2:37 here, I would say, for Rousel. Maybe a tad quicker. Here she comes. 3:34 in fact. 3:34, 3:41 for Rousel. Quickest time so far. Chiquina just about to arrive. Here she is. And her time 3:44, 4:05. So it's Rousel and Horn, the quickest two qualifiers after the opening two heats.
So we move now to Heat 3, and starting in the home straight, representing Belgium is Els Belmans, and her opponent, already a silver medalist in the scratch race yesterday, from Scottish cycling Braveheart, Kate Archibald.
Heat 3 of 5 gets underway in the home straight. From Belgium is Els Belmans, and her opponent Kate Archibald from Scotland, who will be, well, in search of medals in the Commonwealth Games next year in Glasgow. Both wearing pale blue strip as they come back into their original starting straights. Archibald riding the white bike, now progressing into the back straight, and of course the Belgian in those traditional national colours with the black, yellow and red bands around the centre. Just looking for that first kilometre mark. Rousel 1:13.6, fastest so far. She is of course the start rider from the team pursuit, so she's quick from the gate. Get the split at the end of this lap. It's a good heat at the moment. It's the Belgian that's in charge of the contest. That's Belmans. But remember, it's all about time. Well, look at that. Very, very close indeed. Belmans just a tad up. Split time 1:15.6, and for Archibald 1:15.8. So that's very, very close indeed. 30 years of age, the Belgian, and Kate Archibald, much younger at 19. Archibald, a European champion in Apeldoorn just a couple of weeks ago. She was a member of that team pursuit squad that set the world record, which of course has subsequently been taken apart here in the World Cup. But she's a youngster with a big future, Kate Archibald. We saw her 12 months ago in the National Youth and Junior Championships, when she came onto the track as a raw novice actually, and won the individual pursuit and the points race on that occasion. And since then, of course, she's been snapped up by the squad. Now then, the 2 kilometre mark was 2:24.1 by Rousel. And I reckon that the opponent to Rousel in the final will come from this heat. Archibald is now ahead. 2:26.9. Another good piece of riding here then by Archibald, and it's a very, very strong possibility here that you're looking at Archibald versus Rousel for the gold and silver medals. Archibald, who's put her university studies on hold to concentrate fully on cycling, is now literally eating the ground up. She's embracing the challenge here, and she's got in her sights the Belgian, Bellmans. Great spur, this. That's some super pursuiters over the year from the women's category. The great Yvonne McGregor, who went on to get a bronze in the Olympics, and of course a world champion. And we've got Rebecca Romero, we've had Wendy Hoofenagel, and who knows where Kate Archibald is going to go. Making the catch, there it is, the catch is achieved. Stopping the clock on 3:37.215, second fastest of the riders so far. And the time for Bellmans of Belgium, 3:48.084. So with two more heats to go, British riders are sitting in first and second positions. Rousel the quickest, Archibald the second fastest.
So heat 4 of the 5 heats in this women's individual pursuit qualification round, and taking the start in the home straight and representing Italy is Beatrice Bartoloni, and her opponent in the back straight from Poland, Eugenia Bujak.
Penultimate heat gets underway here between Beatrice Bartoloni from Italy, starting in the home straight, and her opponent is Eugenia Bujak from Poland. Well, they've got quite a mark to aim at here if they want to qualify into the final. 3:34 for Rousel and 3:37 for Archibald. Respectable times. And Bujak of Poland has gone away more sharpish here. Eating into the ground here of Bartoloni, but don't worry, a pursuit is always about measuring your effort over the distance. First kilometres a 1:14 for Bujak. And that's the second fastest opening 4 laps we've had, so is this Polish competitor going to offer a threat to the finishing time of Archibald of 3:37? Setting it up very nicely because she's in the same straight now as the Italian, Bartoloni. Is she going to disrupt my speculation where I said Archibald and Rousel would slug it out for the gold and silver? You never know. Bujak is a new name to me. Obviously the turnover now is quite dramatic, and particularly now that the women have to find 4 riders for the team, so you're getting the 4th rider who quite often is a strong individual pursuiter. Yep, well, Bushak has gone 2:24.7 for the 2 kilometre marker, and that is over 2 seconds faster than Archibald. So my prediction here looks as though it's deserting me, and she's not too far off the pace of Rousel, closing down then on Bartoloni to achieve the catch. Pole riding well. They're having a good World Cup here. They've already won a gold medal last night in the scratch race. Watch Tira stealing the gold after gaining a lap. Bell lap, just 1 loop to go. And Bartoloni is sitting maybe a tad too close to the back wheel there of Bushak. She may well get told. That is close enough to enjoy the slipstream in effect. There we are. Bushak finishes in 3:37.671. So over the closing stages, Bushak just faded a tad. Let me tidy that up one for you. Bartoloni second then on 3:47.107. So with 1 heat to go, it still means that Joanna Rousel and Kate Archibald of Great Britain are the quickest. And 3rd and 4th at this stage are Bushak of Poland with Horn of Great Britain 4th. 1 heat to go.
So the final heat in this women's individual pursuit qualification round, and the rider who will start in the home straight was 5th overall in the World Championship qualification last year from Ireland, Caroline Ryan, and her opponent from Australia, already a bronze medalist in the team pursuit, it's Rebecca Wiaczak.
Fifth and final heat gets underway. The last throw of the dice for anybody to deny an all-British final. So Caroline Ryan from Ireland starting in the home straight. First woman ever to win a medal at the World Championships when she got a bronze in the points back in 2012. And representing Australia, Rebecca Wiaczak. Wiaczak, as it's already been pointed out, has won a medal in the team pursuit. And looking at her here, I like the style. She looks very good. Flat back, sits the bike well. So is Wiaczak going to spoil the party then for Archibald and get into the gold and silver medal ride-off against Rousel? It looked very much as though Bushak of Poland was going to achieve that, but just over the last lap and a half, her legs just buckled slightly and she couldn't quite deliver. Australia have had a good pedigree over the years for women's individual pursuit. In their best, definitely Kate McTeer, who has the 8th fastest time ever, and that's the Aussie record at 3:27.6. Opening kilometre for Weirsak is 1:13.8. That's the second fastest opening K we've had. That's only 0.2 shy of the time of Rousel. So Weirsak looking pretty strong here. And Ryan is a scrapper as well. That's why she's been a medal winner in the World Championships for the points. So Ryan will not give up without a scrap here. Now we're going to see the time at the 2,000 metre mark. This is going to be interesting. And of course Kate Archibald warming down on the rollers in the middle. We'll be watching with great interest, because if Weirsak of Australia goes inside 2:26.9, it means the time of Archibald is under pressure and she could end up in the contest for bronze. There it is, 2:24.577. Yep, she is quicker than Archibald. And if she maintains this, then the Australian, it looks very much as though it's going to be Rousel Weirsak for the rider for gold. But I said that about Bushak, who did fade slightly in the closing kilometre. But the Aussie here looks good. She's got Ryan just about in her sights now. So 2:37.2 is the time to beat, to put her into the ride-off for gold. Much of interest, Rousel's speed for that time, 50 kilometres an hour. So from a standing start, that's pretty quick. Bell lap then for the Australian. She goes through in 3:17.8, 15-second closing lap on that. Would give it around about a 35, and that means she's going to go inside Archibald's time and win herself a place in the final. Here she comes, up to the line now, Weirsak of Australia. Yep. Second fastest time for Weirsak, 3:35.629. And that pushes Kate Archibald down into the ride-off for bronze. And Ryan's time of Ireland, 3:41.019 for fifth. So I can tell you the clash for gold and silver will be between Rousel of Great Britain and Weirsak of Australia. And the contest for bronze will be between Archibald of Great Britain and Bushak of Poland.
That age-old rivalry on the track between Great Britain and Australia will be resumed later in the final of the women's individual pursuit. That is to come. If you are just arriving, a very good morning. I hope you found your seat okay and you're settled back and ready for what is to come. We have a packed schedule for the whole of the day here at the UCI Track Cycling World Cup. If at any point you need to stretch your legs, why not come visit the British Cycling Shop? You'll be able to, if you would like to join, if you are being inspired by what you've seen here at the Manchester Velodrome, then come along and join. It's just £28 and you get a goodie bag. That goodie bag is worth £20 on its own. You are genuinely only spending £8 for a year's membership for British Cycling. So you can do that if you are already a member, and 83,000 of you are. Then bring along your membership card and you'll be able to pick up a free gift. So that's what you can do at the British Cycling Shop. Any questions you have for them, no doubt they'll be happy to answer them. Also, if you haven't yet picked up your programme for the event, it is excellent. It is so excellent, I have actually put my name on mine to make sure nobody else gets their hands on it. The programme is just £6. Pick that up if you would like. And one other thing to tell you about, over the way, as part of the expansion of the National Cycling Centre, you may all have noticed the new BMX track. Well, it's the indoor BMX track, part of a £24 million expansion that happened recently. If you would like to visit there in April and see some more elite athletes in action, the UCI BMX Supercross takes place there. It is the World Cup in that particular event. If you would like to get tickets for that, you can do via the box office here in the Velodrome. So loads of things for you to do throughout the day, and that includes watching the next discipline, which is the qualifying for the women's individual sprints.
Well, thank you, Hugh. And already the first competitor on the track in this women's sprint qualification round. The top 16 will progress to the next round of the competition. The rider on the track here is Mar Manrique of Spain.
Let me just tell you that these competitors have to cover the 200 metres in the quickest time possible, and as Carl said, we're looking for the top 16 to progress into the 8th finals, where of course they will line up against their respective opponents, 1v16, 2v15, all the way through. They have to hit that white timing strip in the centre of the banking at full speed, and that of course triggers the timing. So Manrique of Spain, just 18 years of age, will start the proceedings here and set the standard. Midway point 5.9. Here comes Manrique and stops the clock at 12:032.
Next to go, and representing China, will be Jumi Li.
Familiar red strip there being worn by the 23-year-old from China, Li. Interesting to notice that the first competitor did not elect to use twin discs, just a disc at the back. Very steady roll round for the initial warm-up lap here for Li. Li just starting to gather her speed now. Bronze medal winner in the Asian Games, Li. Yeah, this looks a more powerful delivery. Li of China going quicker. Yeah, she's carved 0.3 of a second off the previous competitor's time, and goes into the lead with 12:032.
Well, actually, Hugh, that was 11:360, the time for Li, so faster time than Manrique, the first rider to go, who did clock 12.032. Next rider to go, representing the Ukraine, it will be Alina Tsos.
Yeah, good spot, Carl. I was just reiterating the time of the first again. So we switch to Ukraine for the next athlete, Alina Tsos, 23 years of age. Now, it's a much quicker warm-up here, isn't it, than the previous competitor. Tsos. Yeah, look at this, beginning to gather her speed now and looking to plummet down the track and hit that timing strip spot on. Well, for aggression and determination, Tsos looks as though she's going to try and upstage Li of China. She's shy of the time by 4/100ths at the halfway point. And she finishes there in 11:563. Second fastest for Tsos.
Yes, 2 sub-12 second qualification rides already, and the next rider on the track is beginning her warm-up laps from the Netherlands. This is Shani Braspenik.
Braspenik now just circling, looking for a replacement, of course, for Willie Carnis. Willie Carnis was always their reliable competitor. Got second to Victoria Pendleton in the Worlds back in 2009. And Carnis also got herself a medal from the Olympics in Beijing. She was a World BMX champion. So a lot of these nations are now beginning to rebuild as young competitors are coming through. So this is Braspenik from the Netherlands. Nice approach to the timing strip there. Let's just take a gaze at the halfway point. Ah, she's quicker. 2 100s faster than the leader, so this could rejig the board. Let's have a look at it. 11.364, second in fact, so Li is still leading from China.
Yeah, just 4,000th of a second separating Li from Brash Pennick. And the next rider to go, representing Venezuela, we welcome onto the track Gledimar Tapia.
Well, Venezuela have produced one or two interesting competitors over the years, particularly in the endurance events. A lot of these South American competitors tend to compete at altitude, particularly in the Pan Ams. And they go to Mexico a lot, so let's see whether or not Tapia can profit from any of that preparation.
Coffee. Yeah.
Coming down the finishing straight now, let's have a look at Tapia's time. It's 11.684 for fourth place.
So that's now 4 riders inside that 12-second boundary. Tapia 11.685, the official confirmed time for the Venezuelan. We move on now to Mexico, and it's Franny Fong of Mexico, number 238, next to go.
Well, definitely a rider that would profit from racing and training at altitude is the athlete on the track now. That's Fong. We had a Mexican last night in the scratch race and the points race that was very aggressive. So Fong just circling the track now. Of course, probably their greatest exponent of the sprint and 500-metre time trial was the great Nancy Contreras, who got a bronze in Stuttgart back in 2003. She was also a world champion for the 500-metre time trial. So this is Fong now of Mexico. Small in size, but let's see whether she can punch well above her weight. Rolling around on the bike there. Got work to do here. She's 0.3 of a second shy of the leader's time. And she closes out in 6th position with 12.054.
So next to go, our second competitor from China, of course, her countrywoman Li is still the current leader in 11.360. Next to go from China is Jingjing Shi.
Jingjing Shi on the track now. Now, are they going to go 1-2? The competitors from China. Still there at the top of the leaderboard is Li. They do crawl around, don't they, at the top of the track here for that opening lap. They used to be coached by the great Daniel Modelon, who was the best French sprinter ever. Not quite sure if Daniel Modelon is still the coach, but he certainly has brought them on. Now Li just beginning to pick the pace up. They tend to start to lift the tempo with about 1.5 to go. So Li's time of 11.360 now could be lowered by her teammate who's on the track now, and that is Shi. Yep, she's quicker by 4 100ths at the halfway point. Will she continue? The answer to that is yes. So Shi goes 11.309, and we've now got a brace of Chinese competitors sitting in 1st and 2nd positions.
Just to confirm that top 4 at the moment, with Shi going fastest, 11.309, Li 11.360, Brass Pennick of the Netherlands 11.364, and Sas of the Ukraine 11.563. Next rider on the track, our second Venezuelan of this qualification round, is Prada of Venezuela.
Well, Prada's teammate Tapia is currently lying 5th on 11.685, so it's going to be interesting to see whether Prada can go better than Tapia. They are seeded in the riding positions, so one would expect the time for Prada to be quicker. Got quite a big gear she's hauling along there. There's no nurdling around the track here. Prada hits the halfway point. Well, she's 0.1 shy of the leader's time at the halfway mark, and she closes out for 6th position on 11.705.
So now 6 riders inside that 12-second boundary, and the next rider to aim to get into that selection is from the Japanese team of Cyclo Channel Tokyo. So we welcome to the track competitor number 136. This is Hiroko Ishii.
So Ishii from Japan, just about to start to build that speed up. 5th in the Asian Games, so that means that she won the minor final, just failing to get into the medal class for those Asian Games. So it's Ishii now coming up to the timing strip. She's 0.2 off the time at the halfway point, and Ishii finishes in 7th spot, 11.775.
The orange and white colours of the Netherlands, and sporting those colours is Ellis Lickley, our next rider to go, the 10th competitor in this 28 rider heats for the women's sprint qualification.
Powerful rider, Lickley. Quite big. Reminds me of the great Ingrid Haringa, who was one of their super sprinters. Haringa, a world champion back in the 90s. She was a postwoman, actually, Haringa, and the competitor you're looking at here, Lickley, is a very similar physique to her. Now, this is the second of the Dutch competitors. We've already had Braspenix, who went 11.364. Now, I think that this Dutch woman has the pedigree to pressurise the leader's time. Fights the bike, but she's powerful. Look at that down the back straight. Good leg speed. Yes, she's inside the mark by 0.1 of a second. This is going to rejig the board. Here comes Lickley. Fastest, 11.019 for Lickley of the Netherlands.
So the new leader for Lickley, 11.019. She of China, 11.309, still lies second. And Li of China now moves down to third in 11.360. It's to Russia now we go, and the Petro Holding Leningrad team. Rider taking the start for that outfit is Ekaterina Gnedenko.
Well, Russia have produced some pretty smart sprinters over the years. The great Svetlana Gramkskaya, Russian world champion in 203 and 204. But they've been out of the frame a little bit over recent years, but maybe we could see a change here. Gnedenko, riding for her trade team, will be next to post the time. Here she goes. Just keep an eye on the scoreboard. If you want to know where they are in relation to the leader's time at the midway point, you'll see it'll check now. There it is. And you can see she's 0.2 at the halfway point off the fastest time. And she finishes 6th. Gnedenko from Russia on 11.639.
To Mexico next for Daniela Giaxola.
Gaxiola just high there on the track. Getting towards the midway point of this competition. We've got 28 taking to the track for the time trial round, and Gaxiola is the 12th to go. Bronze medal winner last year in the Pan Americans. It's like diving down a hill, isn't it, when they start to get that gear going. She's working hard but losing a line, coming well out of the sprinter's channel, which could be costly. She's nearly 0.4 of a second off the pace of the leader, Lichtley. And that puts her in 10th spot with 11.852, the time for Gaxiola.
13th of the 28 riders in this qualification round from Russia is next on the track. It's Olga Streltsova.
.26 years of age then, Streltsova. And at the moment, the highest placed Russian is 6th, that's Gnedenko. So can Streltsova beat that time? Good approach to the line, a little bit like Lichtley of the Netherlands, but not quite the same leg speed. Just at 0.1 off the pace, could go in the top 3 or 4 here. Yep, second for Streltsova, 11.266.
So that's changed things a little at the top of the qualification table, and guarantees Lichtley, incidentally, a qualification place now as we progress through this qualification round. Lichtley 11.019, still the leader. Streltsova 11.266. Shi of China 11.309, and Li of China 11.360. So now representing an Australian trade team, Team Jayco AIS, Anna Mears is the next rider on the track.
So we welcome onto the track Anna Mears, so often the nemesis of Victoria Pendleton. She is the current Olympic gold medalist. She won that in London. Many times the Commonwealth gold medalist, and she's also been the World Keirin and World Sprint Champion. One of the all-time greats of women's track racing. Be interesting to see the kind of form she's in, Mears, because since her great achievements in Australia, she's been feted everywhere she went. So she took 6 months out of the sport to go to all the functions. So we're going to see whether Mears is starting to get back to something like the form we would expect. Former world record holder, here goes Mears. Oh, look at this, fastest. 8/100ths inside the mark of Lichtley. Yep, she's back, big time. First sub-11, 10.874 for Mears. What a ride.
So the challenge laid down for the remaining competitors. Of course, they'll get faster as they're seeded in this qualification round. But that's a great time for Mears at 10.874, pushing Lichtley down into second place. They're now both guaranteed a place in the 8th finals. And our next rider on the track from Spain is Helena Casas.
Pretty hot time that by Mears, so she's got all the junketeering out of the way, and she's been feted, as I say, all around Australia, having won all those medals. And it looks like she's starting to get herself organised for the Commonwealth Games next year. First time I ever saw Mears when she raced here with her sister. Her sister was actually the better rider on that occasion, but she had to retire due to back problems. But now it's Casas of Spain. 25 years of age, Casas. And her time, 11.504. It's always slightly deflatorry when you follow a rider that's scorched around the track. Makes it a lot bigger challenge for you. So Casas 7th at this stage.
Well, speaking of riders who are likely to bring some good form to the track, we have a gold medalist from yesterday in the team sprint. Representing Germany, Miriam Welt is next to go.
Yes, and of course, Welt is also an Olympic gold medalist. She clinched that gold medal riding with Vogel. And she is the current world team sprint champion. She's been a Keirin champion of Europe as well in her career back in 2008. So it's Welt next to go. .3 shy of the time of Mears, Welt, but it's still going to be respectable. 8th for Welt, 11.518. She should make the 8th finals with that.
So as we progress through this qualification round, next one is to go the 17th of the 28 who are taking the start here. Got 4 guaranteed qualifiers now: Mears, Litley, Streltsova and Shi. And the next rider on the track is a rider from Malaysia riding for the YSD track team. This is Fatia Mustafa.
.24 years of age, Mustafa. And these Malaysian riders coached by Big John Beasley, the former Aussie champion. He's brought them on in leaps and bounds. A lot of them are based down there in Melbourne. That's where they do their preparation. And Mustafa on the track at the moment. Last year was the Asian Games Keirin champion. And she got a silver in the sprint. And just for good measure, tidied up a bronze in the 500 metre time trial. So this is Mustafa. Yep, she's 0.3 off the pace of Mears. And finishes in 10th place, 11.630.
So back to Spain for the 18th heat. Rider number 167 is Tania Calvo.
Maida on the track now, 22-year-old from Japan. She'll follow the rider currently on, that's Calvo of Spain. Fifth in the European Championships, the Spanish competitor who is on the track at the moment. So she was the winner of the minor final, just failing to make it into the medal clash. Working hard with the bike there. And she's 0.17 off the pace of the leader. Calvo finishes 5th on 11.345.
So moving through this qualification round now, we've now got 6 guaranteed qualifiers. Anna Mears, of course, still comfortably the fastest, the only rider to beat that 11-second barrier so far. Also there is Lickley, Streltsova, Shi, Calvo and Lee. Our next rider to take to the track from the Cyclo Channel Tokyo team is Kayono Maeda.
Ten more competitors to go. First of the 10 you're looking at here from Japan, the 22-year-old Maeda. Holding a good line there, straight down the centre of the sprinters channel. And she's 0.264 off the pace then of Mears. And it's 8th spot at the moment for Maeda of Japan.
So we move now to our first British competitor in this qualification round, and it's the bronze medalist from the European Sprint Championships, the European Track Championships a couple of weeks ago. From Great Britain, please welcome Jessica Varnish.
Jess Varnish, originally from Bromsgrove before she moved up here where she's based, and a life member of the Hales Owen Athletic and Cycling Club. She just went 11.243 in the National Championships that took place just at the end of September. And Jess coming back to form, having had 6 months out because of injury, had a lot of back problems, but now starting to put that behind her. So Varnish will have seen the time by Mears. Now then, what can she do? Nice aggressive start down the back straight. Have a look at the split time. Well, she's 0.1 off the pace of Mears. Here comes Varnish up to the line, and she finishes in a time of 11.183 to pop her into 3rd spot at the moment.
So that means 8 riders now guaranteed a place in the 8th finals, which is the next round of this women's sprint. And we welcome to the track now the competitor from France. This is Olivia Montauban.
Montauban, 22 years of age then, from Spain. National Keirin champion. Montauban from France. Had 1 or 2 handy sprinters over the years, the French. And Montauban, 11.261, 4th place for her, respectable time.
Well, Montauban displaces Maeda of Japan from a guaranteed qualification place. And the competition continues now. This is the 22nd rider to take the start. From Russia, Anastasia Voinova.
A raft of world championships to her credit as a junior, Voinova. In the World Junior Sprint Champion in Moscow back in 2011. and she clinched the double when she took the Kieran as well. So now moving up into the senior categories, Vojnova. And striking for the line now, she goes 11th with 11.480.
So Vojnova is just teetering on the brink of a qualification place, with still some very talented riders to come. And you need to go faster than 11.449 at the moment to guarantee that spot in the 8th finals. Next to go will be the French rider Virginie Couef.
Yeah, Couef next. 25 years of age. Couef seems to have been around a very, very long time. Team sprinter and a 500-metre specialist. There goes Couef. Just have a look at this midway split. Well, she's 0.1 shy of the time of Anna Mears. 4th place though for Couef, an 11.211. That'll see her into the next stage of the competition.
Fourth fastest time for Couef of France. Still Mears the leader, the only riders to beat that 11-second qualification time so far. The next rider to challenge that one from Australia, the first of 2 riders to go from Australia in quick succession. This is Carly McCulloch, number 111.
So McCulloch just circling the track now. And of course McCulloch was always the teammate of Anna Mears in the team sprint. Been the world team sprint champion on several occasions with Anna Mears. Got a bronze in the London Olympics for that team sprint discipline. Now then, what can she do for the 200 here? Midway point for McCulloch. 0.28 off Mears' time, but she's going to qualify through. We're going to have 2 Aussies into the next round. 14th place for McCulloch. It'll be tight. It'll be tight for McCulloch. 11.509.
So 4 riders still to go. And as I mentioned, a brace of Australians. The second is Stephanie Morton, number 112.
Stephanie Morton. Back in 2011, Stephanie Morton clinched the gold medal in the Oceania Games, and that was down in Invercargill, the most southerly based velodrome in the world, at the lower, right at the lower shore of the southern island of New Zealand. So it's Morton now. Here comes Morton. 3rd spot for Morton, 11.065. So they've got 1st and 3rd now, the Aussies.
Indeed so. Mears still the only rider to beat 11 seconds, 10.874. Lickley 11.019 for the Netherlands, and Morton now 3rd spot in 11.065. Next rider on the track, well, she was a bronze medalist in the sprint at the World Championships in Belarus earlier this year, also the Olympic Kieran bronze medalist from Hong Kong. We welcome YG Lee.
Lee YC then now on the track. And she's also been the Asian Games sprint and 500 metre time trial champion. From Hong Kong. So Lee YC now on the track. Look at the leg speed there, very impressive. Let's have a look at the split time. She's 6 100ths, 5 100ths off the time of Mears. Now then, let's have a look at that. Fourth spot for the rider from Hong Kong, 11:103.
So just the final 2 qualification places at stake. We've got 14 guaranteed qualifiers so far, so you've worked out from that there are just 2 riders left to go. And the first of them, a gold medalist in the team sprint yesterday from Germany, Christina Vogel.
The Olympic team sprint champion on the track now. Her teammates already gone earlier. That was Velter. She was a junior world sprint champion in 07 in Mexico, Vogel.
Yes, Martin.
.22 years of age, the German, who's already won a gold medal here for the team sprint. Here comes Vogel up to the line. Let's have a look at this. Now then, keep an eye on the halfway split here. Let's see whether she's close to the time of Mears. She's 2 100ths off the time of Mears. Should be second spot for Vogel at this stage with 10.9.00. Second rider to go inside, 11 seconds.
Well, that's blown the top of the classification wide apart, hasn't it? With Vogel moving up into second place. Just 1 rider to go. She's on the track now. She is British and she is the world champion. Please welcome Becky James.
So Becky James, who is the current world champion, as you can see, with those rainbow stripes. And she also set a junior world record for 200 metres on 11:09.3 when she clinched the rainbow jersey at the junior level. Just back from a 6-week tour of Japan on the keirin circuit. So keirin discipline different to sprinting, so she's just starting to sharpen up her sprinting skills. So Becky James then from Abergavenny in South Wales, now ready to attack that timing strip. And she does. Now then, let's see how close she can get to Mears. Fighting the bike. Well, 0.12 shy of the time. Coming up to the line now, let's have a look at it. 6th place for James, then 11.161.
So guaranteed a place in the next round for the defending champion in the world titles, of course, Becky James. And just to qualify the top 4 for you, Mears the fastest, Vogel second, Lickley third, Morton fourth. 16 riders through to the next round when we bring on some match sprinting for you. But that will be coming up a little bit later during the course of today's first session of competition.
So that is the qualifying for the individual sprint for women. It will now go through a series of match sprints. The rounds will continue later, so we have 16 whittling down to 8 a little bit later. That's to come in a moment. If you've just arrived, let me tell you about how you can get involved. Up here on the big screen, if you'd like to tweet us, what you need to do is add a hashtag to your tweet, and it'll come through to us here, and you could get yourself up on the big screen. All you need to do, the hashtag TWC for Track World Cup, TWC, hashtag TWC. That's what you need to do if you would like to join the conversation here at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. So add that hashtag to any of your tweets, who you're supporting, what you're seeing, who you're excited about seeing later on, and add the hashtag TWC. So we've just had the individual sprint for women. We've got some more women going around now in a similar sort of vein, but this is the first event of the Omnium. We've had the guys doing it yesterday up until 3 of their 6 disciplines. This is discipline 1 of the women. So back up to Hugh and Carl to take you through this first event of the women's Omnium, the flying lap.
Thanks, Hugh. Yes, the first competitor on the track already is Annalisa Cucinotta of Italy. There are 16 riders in total entered for the women's Omnium competition, and as Hugh quite rightly pointed out, this is the first of the 6 elements that make up this battle to find out the most rounded rider, the best all-rounder across the various disciplines.
Cucinotta using those white twin disc wheels. "27 years of age then, this Italian. Former World Junior Scratch Race champion. She won that back in 2004. So this is the first of the journey, 6 disciplines. Remember, if you win a discipline, you get 1 point, all the way down to 16, because there's 16 competitors, and the athlete at the end with the least points, I should say, is of course the winner. So there's the opening time for you, 14:929.
Next to go will be the winner of the women's scratch race yesterday from Poland, Małgorzata Wojtyra.
Yeah, Wojtyra on the track. Snatched herself a gold medal yesterday in that scratch race. It was a burst for the line by quite a big peloton, but Wojtyra was the highest place finisher of the competitors that had lapped the field. Bronze medal winner in the European Elite Championships in Pruszków in Poland back in 2010. She comes, the arrival of Wojtyra. Second place for her, 15:112.
Third rider to go of the 16 in this first element of the women's Omnium flying lap from Japan, Sakura Tsuchiguchi.
Well, Tsuchiguchi, pretty aggressive there on the top of the track. She'll be aiming for that timing strip now. And the time to beat, 14:929. Tsuchiguchi goes. Second place then for Tsuchiguchi on 15:106.
Fourth rider to take the start, race number 36 on her back from the United States of America. This is Elizabeth Newell.
Of course, the number 1 rider from USA is Sarah Hammer, who was the world champion earlier this year in Minsk in Belarus. Hammer not with us on this occasion. So can Newell go quicker than Cucinotta of Italy, who went first? And the answer to that is no. She's second with 14.949.
So this Omnium competition, as we mentioned at the start, made up of 6 elements. The points scored: if you finish first, you get 1. If you finish second, you get 2, and so on. And it's the rider with the lowest aggregate of points who is the overall Omnium winner. That's the way the scoring system works. So this is a vital first step in the process towards the gold medal in the Omnium. And the next rider to take to the track from Belgium is Jolien de Heu.
Well, they're having success in the men's competition. It's a Belgian that's currently leading the Omnium after 3 rounds, De Bois. Now then, what can De Heu do from Belgium in the women's competition? Pretty aggressive approach here, right on the top of the track, hugging the balustrade fence. Yeah, she's quicker. So can she maintain this kind of tempo to the line? And the answer to that question is yes. The new leader, De Heu of Belgium, 14.543.
So 3 riders inside 15 seconds now. De Heu the fastest, 14.543. Cucinotta of Italy still second, 14.929. Newell of the United States with 14.949. To Mexico we go next. For our next rider, it's Sofia Areola.
So Areola, the 22-year-old from Mexico on the track now, who's been a silver medal winner in the scratch and the points race earlier this year. She was very aggressive last night, Areola, in the scratch race. She was the first to gain the lap, but then buckled and missed out on a medal in the closing stage. She's got herself badly positioned, but Areola very good in the scratch and points. Medal winner at the World Champ, so we expect to see her excel when we get to those disciplines. Areola coming up to the line now, and it's 6th spot for the Mexican on 15.807.
The next rider who is already on the track, starting the first of her warm-up laps before recording that flying lap time from the Ukraine, is Gana Solovey.
Solovey on the track now then for Ukraine, 21 years of age, 14th in the World Championships earlier this year. Good leg speed for Solovey, but she's 0.3 off the pace of the leader at the moment, who is De Heu of Belgium. Solovey goes 4th on 15.076.
Heat number 8, and taking the start here for Belarus is Volha Masyakovic.
Masiakovic, 16th in the World Champs, 11th in the recent European Championships. Just preparing now to start the time trial. Masiakovic, Belarus, underway. Not quite as powerful delivery as De Her of Belgium, who is the current leader. Yeah, Masiakovic 7th on 15.281.
It's at the halfway point in this women's Omnium flying lap, the first of the 6 elements of this competition. 16 riders in total qualified to ride the Omnium, and the next to go, representing Hong Kong, will be Zhao Jiao.
So Diao now just preparing for her one-lap time trial. Xiao Diao. (27 years of age then, Diao, who's the current national Omnium champion, 13th in the World Championships. Seventh place for her, Diao, 15.249.
Top 3 at the moment, De Her of Belgium, 14.543, Cucinotta of Italy, 14.929, and Newell of the United States in 14.949. Next to go from Lithuania is Osarin Trebaita.
Trebaita, 8th in the European Championships. Took place in Apeldoorn in the Netherlands just over a week ago. Trebaita is the former national road race champion, actually. You get quite a lot of road riders switch over to the Omnium. The crossover is quite often successful for them. But they tend to excel more in the endurance disciplines. Time for Trebaita, 15.126, 7th spot for her at the moment.
The 11th rider to take the start in this women's Omnium flying lap from France is Laurie Berthon.
Berthon from France, 22 years of age, 11th in the World Championships, just missed out on a medal in the recent Europeans when she was 4th. And she is the national Omnium and Scratch champion of France. Berthon next, just warming up. Now this is a pretty aggressive approach to the line here for Berthon of France. De Her is still leading at Belgium on 14.543. And she's inside the time of De Her of Belgium. This could be the new leading time. Yep, Berthon of France goes 14.462.
So that alters the top of the classification a little, with Berthon taking over the lead from De Her of Belgium, who now goes down to second place. Kuchinota of Italy still lies third in 14.929. Next to go from Russia, Tamara Balabalina.
Here we go. This is Balabalina then from Russia, 9th in the World Championships earlier this year and 5th in the Europeans that were just tidied up a week ago. So the 20-year-old Russian now powering her way around the track. 0.1 off the pace of the leader, Berthon of France. And she goes third. So we're getting a raft of impressive times now. Finishing mark for Balabalina, 14.658.
So just 4 riders left to go. And the rider in heat number 13 is Liri Oliveira of Spain.
"36 years of age, the Spaniard on the track now, Oliveira. Highlight of her career, I think, was winning the bronze medal in the Olympics in Beijing in 2008 for the points race. And then she bolted a bronze for the World Omnium Championships to that in 2010 in Ballerup in Copenhagen. And she's also been the European Omnium champion. Here we go. This is Oliveira, the 36-year-old from Spain. 6th in the Europeans recently and 6th in the World Championships. (14.575), third then for the Spaniard at this stage.
So 3 riders still to go. Top 3, Berthon of France, still the leader, De Her of Belgium second, and Oliveira goes into third place, followed by Balabalina of Russia in 4th spot. The next rider on the track is the rider who finished 5th overall in the World Championships in this Omnium discipline, from Canada, Gillian Carlton.
Yeah, Gillian Carlton, 5th in the World Championships in Minsk. Powerful rider. Bronze medal winner in the team pursuit in London last year. And her teammates on that occasion were Witten and Glaser. Very powerful rider when it comes to team pursuiting. Did like these new Canadian colours. Very, very nice. Blue, white and red, with the maple leaf, of course, on the back. So Glazer underway here. Carlton underway, I should say, my apologies. The teammate Glazer in the team pursuit. Here comes Carlton, let's have a look at it. 14.410, yes, impressive ride, the new leader, Gillian Carlton of Canada.
Well, Carlton, in fact, finished in 2nd spot in the flying lap element of the Omnium in the World Championships in Minsk earlier this year. And the rider who won that flying lap is the next rider on the track. She took the bronze medal in the Omnium. She's from Australia, and her name is Annette Edmondson.
Her brother is also here, Carl, riding in the team pursuit. Family Edmondson, very, very impressive. And just to add to that list of achievements, she was a bronze medal winner in the Olympic Games in London last year in the Omnium. She's got a 3:30 to her credit in the individual pursuit. So that means that she will definitely go well when it comes to that discipline. Edmondson, the penultimate competitor, who was third, as you say, in the World Champs last year, underway. Let's have a look at the midway split. Yep, it's quicker. 5/100ths faster than Carlton. This may be the new quickest time. Third, in fact, on 14:511.
So just one more rider to go, and it is the Olympic champion in this Omnium discipline. She took the silver at the World Championships in Minsk, and from Great Britain, please welcome Laura Trott.
Such a prodigious talent, Laura Trott. And if you were here last night, you will have seen her ride as a member of the team pursuit squad that set the new world record of 4:19, a blistering time in women's team pursuiting. And Trott has just come from the Europeans in Apeldoorn, where she won the gold medal. And this, of course, is her event, the Omnium. And, of course, she's the best elimination rider in the world, and that will be the concluding event today, the third counter in the women's Omnium, and that will be the elimination. Here goes Trott. The personification of sheer aggression and determination. Let's have a look at the midway split. Oh, she's quicker. Trott's on her way. Stops the clock at 14:593, finishing in sixth position in the first discipline.
So just to round up the top four places, after the conclusion of the first part of the 6 elements that make up the women's Omnium, we'll be seeing the point race just a little bit later this morning. That's the second element, but the top 4 finishers in the flying lap. The winner is Carlton of Canada, 14:410. Berthon of France second, 14:462. Edmondson of Australia third in 14:511. And De Hoor of Belgium finishes in fourth spot in 14:543. The top 9 riders all within a 15-second time. So we return now to the women's sprint competition, which began earlier this morning with the qualification round, which gave us 16 riders to go into these 8th finals. Qualification rule here is that the winner of each of these heats will progress to the quarter-finals, and the losers, well, they'll go into a B sprint quarter-final. So this is match sprinting, but just one match to decide your fate. We come to best of 3 a little bit later in the competition. So heat number 1, the riders taking the start here. On the outside, representing Russia, is Anastasia Voinova. And on the inside of the track, the lower position from the Jayco AIS team from Australia, Anna Mears.
Well, now, of course, we're into the match sprinting situation. The winner will progress automatically into the quarterfinals, and the losers will go into the quarterfinals B. And you may ask the question why these riders are against each other. Well, Mears was the quickest in qualification, and her opponent, Voinova, was the 16th. And of course it's 1v16, 2v15, 3v14, and if you knock a seed out, then you will assume the seed's position in the competition. So Mears, I must admit, looked very impressive in that time trial, and Voinova really has got a problem on here. Probably the skill of the Australian will hold her just on the shoulder with the extra speed, and Voinova will challenge, but to no avail. Mears wins comfortably in the well of the track with a closing 200 metres, which hasn't come up, I'm afraid, but she wins comfortably through.
Do you want the cards?
So heat number 2 in these women's sprint 8th finals. From Germany, Christina Vogel, wearing race number 202. And her opponent from the Cyclo Channel Tokyo team, Japanese rider Kayona Maeda. And it's Vogel who is wheeled onto the track first. Riders draw for the positions at which they will start. The inside rider obliged to lead for the first half lap unless her opponent elects to go around her. And it's Vogel who has drawn that inside position, so Vogel starts on the inside and her opponent Maeda starts in the higher position on the track.
So Vogel at the front here, the second seed after the time trial round, a former world junior sprint champion. Vogel and James had one or two big struggles in their earlier careers. Becky James getting the better of Vogel. Now then, can Vogel get the better here of Maeda of Japan? Maeda the 15th seed. But of course, riding against the clock is a different challenge totally to a tactical encounter. Vogel sitting second wheel at the moment, very powerful, very stocky, and of course a team sprint specialist. Look at the acceleration there from Vogel of Germany. A couple of quick flicks on the pedals and she's already overhauled her opponent Maeda of Japan. So she goes through.
So the third of these 8th finals. Of course, there are 8 of them. That's why they're called 8th finals. And we bring the next 2 riders to the track. This is an all-Netherlands affair. It is Alice Lickley, and she will take on her countrywoman, Shani Braspennik. And the order of lineup here is Braspennik is on the outside, and on the inside is Lickley.
Just back referencing the qualification time trial, you can see that's why we've got two Dutch competitors here against each other. Lickley, who was the third quickest, he's lining up against Braspenix, who was the 14th. Losers go into the quarter-final B competition. Lickley at the front, just keeping an eye on her opponent for a surprise attack. Decides she wants the inside position, Braspenix.
That'll make a change.
Bell lap. A little bit of work to do for Lickley here then, as she's just laying off the back wheel of her fellow countrywoman, Braspenix. And here comes the speed of the third seed, which should really be able to overhaul Braspenix, and she does. So Lickley wins quite comfortably. No problem for the first three seeds then in the opening heats.
So heat number 4 of the women's sprint 8th finals. It's Australia versus China in this one. The Australian rider who's first to be brought to the start line is Stephanie Morton, race number 112. Just finally adjusting the shoes and the pedals to make sure everything's nice and tight before she's brought onto the track. Is her opponent from China, Zhumai Li. So Li is on the outside, and lower down the track is Morton of Australia. Heat 4 of the 8 in this women's sprint 8 finals.
Well, no problem for the seeds that we've seen so far in the 3 heats that have taken place. Now, looking at Morton here, former Oceania Games sprint champion. Morton was impressive in the time trial round, where she clocked 11.065. 65 kilometres an hour then for the 200 metres. Li of China in the famous red strip. Morton seems quite content to take this one on from the front. It's quite a hard task to lead your opponent all the way around. Got to look for the surprise. And Li of China will be possibly looking for height to try and jump down the track, but in this occasion they're both going from the well of the track. Now then, here comes Li of China. Can she pressurise Morton? The Australian looks a bit too strong for me. That's how it's going to finish. Yeah, Morton takes it. Very, very positive, competent ride there.
So heat number 5 comes to the track now, starting on the outside, the top of the track from Spain is Tania Calvo, and her opponent from Hong Kong will take up the inside position. As we heard earlier, she was the bronze medalist in the Keirin at the Olympic Games. From Hong Kong, this is YG Li.
Lee Wai-si from Hong Kong, just at the front. 5th fastest qualifier, so she's the 5th seed in the contest here. Pretty impressive rider here, this competitor from Hong Kong. Bronze in the Keirin at the Olympics in London, and an Asian Games champion as well. And the current world 500 metre champion as well, Lee Wai-si at the front here from Hong Kong. She won that in Minsk, beating Velter and Becky James. Now then, can Calvo of Spain put the competitor from Hong Kong under pressure? We haven't seen any problems with the seeds so far. And Lee Wai-si taking it on from the front. Here comes the challenge then from Calvo. But it's not enough. So another seed progresses comfortably through to the quarterfinals. That's Lee Wai-si from Hong Kong.
So being wheeled onto the track here, resplendent in that World Champions jersey, is the reigning World Sprint Champion from Great Britain, Becky James. She will start on the inside. And her opponent from China, number 149 on the outside, is Jing Shi. So Becky James, the world champion, who will be representing Wales next year in the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Obviously showing a lot of respect here to Xingling Shi of China. And if you're watching sprinting for the first time, this is normal style when each rider watches each other very closely. They try to outmaneuver their opponent into a position where they feel that they have got the upper hand to then try and jump away and get to the line first. In the early stages of the competition like this, it's sudden death. Obviously, when you get up to the semis and quarters, up for your best of three, it's a bit different then. You get a chance to come back. So James, the world champion, still looking good, keeping an eye on her opponent, Shi. And she's making a move and trying to come up onto the shoulder of James. And it's shoulder to shoulder, a battle of strength down the back straight. And it's the world champion, James, that's got the upper hand. Yes, James takes it on the line. The world champion is through to the next round. Strength and experience reflecting there from Becky James.
2 heats to go.
So the penultimate heat of this women's sprint 8th finals. From Russia, starting on the inside here, is Olga Streltsova. And on the outside, in the colours of Great Britain, Jessica Varnish.
Jess Varnish, the current British sprint champion. These are the closest matched from the time trial round. Varnish the 7th seed and Streltsova the 10th. So on time they were very, very similar, but now of course it's all about the tactical encounter. Streltsova at the front. Varnish, as I said earlier, if you're in the arena, coming back after 6 months out because of a back injury. Well, Streltsova taking it on at the front and beginning to wind the tempo up here. Now then, here comes Varnish. Varnish then with the run to the back wheel of Streltsova. She's going to have to come up down the finishing straight and get round her. Let's have a look. Can she do it? Yeah, she does. Yes, Varnish takes it. And Varnish progresses into the quarterfinals along with Becky James.
So to the final heat of this women's 8th finals of the sprint competition, and it's an all-French affair, this one. Riders taking the start, Virginie Coef and Olivier Montauban. Rider on the inside of the track is Coef, and her opponent Montauban in the higher position. So this for the final quarter-final place. Winner will progress to that, and the loser, well, they will go into the quarterfinals for the B sprint. Well, slight reversal in positions. The riders do draw for the starting positions. But, obviously someone got mixed messages there. So in fact it is Coef who's now on the outside and Montauban on the inside.
This all-French clash brings together the 8th and 9th seeds after the time trial round. Quiff 8th in the 200-metre test against the clock, and Montauban 9th. Obviously know each other very, very well. Spent a lot of time training together, of course. They've got a special track up there in Paris where the sprinters muster for their training, and also one down in the south of France. Quite often they choose for their national titles. Hyères, it's called, in the south of France. Position where they're on the track there, just because, or where they enter the virage, is the most difficult place to just stall the bike, because that's where the banking just starts to pick up its steepness. 42.5 degrees then, the banking here at Manchester. Who can outwit who? Oh, there we are, there's a change. Already a switch of positions. Just over a lap to go to decide who will go into the quarterfinals by right. Coming up to the bell now. And at second wheel, work to do for Montauban, the 9th seed. Can she close down on Quiff at the front? It's Quiff that's leading it out. Look for the challenge from Montauban. Can Montauban come all the way round? No, she can't. Quiff takes it, so Quiff, the 8th seed, progresses into the quarterfinals, and not a blemish on that round. Every seed goes through into the quarterfinals by right.
So just to run down the riders who will progress into those quarterfinals, where we take up the best of 3 in the sprinting. Anna Meers of Jayco AIS, Christina Vogel of Germany, Ellis Lickley of the Netherlands, Stephanie Morton of Australia, Li Weiji of Hong Kong, Becky James of Great Britain, Jess Varnish of Great Britain, and Virginie Quiff of France.
So the next event on the track is Keirin. You may well know it because of the motorbike, but first of all, let's show you what happens with the lane draw. These are the guys who will be in the first heat for the Keirin, and they are picking out the numbers that they will start with in this first heat. So because there are only 4, we've got 4 cards. It's not poker, but it kind of may end up being like it. Those are the 4 positions that the guys will start in. Usually there's 6 riders for a Keirin heat, but because we're spreading them out evenly over the next few races, just 4 in this first heat. And I said it was the motorbike one. Well, you'll notice that far over the other side of the track in a moment, there'll be a motorbike waiting. This is called the Derny. The Derny paces the guys over the first 5.5 laps, then drops out, and it will be 2.5 laps of battle, because Keirin means battle. One other thing to note, the Derny gets faster and faster, building up pace until at about 50 kilometers an hour with 2.5 laps to go, he will drop out and let the riders go at it. So up on the big screen, we'll be showing you just how fast the Derny is going and just how that speed will build. But this first heat of the men's Keirin includes a bit of a famous face as well. We'll let you enjoy that.
So the 4 riders line up for the start of this first of 6 Keirin heats in this first round of the competition. Riders taking the start here are Ian Mullen of Ireland in the green colours at the top of the track. From Malaysia, Josiah Nug. From Great Britain, the world sprint champion, Jason Kenny. And on the inside, the final competitor here from Poland is Kamil Kuznicki. This is the lineup for the first heat of the men's keirin.
So where we go, it's the first rider in each heat to qualify into the second round. The remainder of the competitions competitors will go into the repechage. It's the world champion Jason Kenny that assumes the position right on the mudguard of the Derny pacing bike, and the pace builds and builds, as Hugh said, to 50 kilometers an hour. It egresses the track in the back straight with 2.5 laps to go. Second wheel is the big fella from Poland, Kamil Kuznicki. Third wheel at the moment, the 33-year-old from Malaysia, that's Josiah Ung, Asian champion in 2012. He was the Commonwealth champion as well in New Delhi. And of course, completing the lineup is Ian Mullen of Ireland in the green right at the back. Tempo just lifting. Kenny's such a warrior when it comes to the keirin. Hails from Bolton. He was a world junior keirin champion as well before he progressed into the elite series. So we're going to lose that little Derny bike, and then we could start the free-for-all. Riders are not allowed to pass the bike in the prelims. And Kenny just keeping an eye on any challenges at all. Kuznicki sits second wheel. And it is Kuznicki that's had the temerity to overhaul the world champion. Big fella from Poland gets to the front. Kenny will measure that distance and he'll give himself an opportunity to work in that space. And Ung is trying to come through from Malaysia. Bell lap, here we go. Kenny, the world champion, up onto the shoulder of Kuznicki. It's all academic now. The challenge from Ung of Malaysia will be to no avail, and Kenny will go through sweetly. Kenny goes into the next round of the men's keirin. He makes it look so easy. Victory salute then from Jason Kenny, the world champion, who is now into the second round of the men's keirin. Result confirmed for you on the board there. Kenny getting the better of Ung of Malaysia.
So the riders line up for Heat 2. 6 riders taking the start in this one. In fact, 5 riders. I'll learn to count eventually. So the riders here are Xiao Zhu of China, Maximilian Levy, the Olympic silver medalist in the keirin, riding for the Erdgas team, German rider, Edward Dawkins of New Zealand, Lewis Oliva riding for Team USN from Wales, and Azizulani Awang of YSD from Malaysia. That's the lineup for Heat 2 of the men's keirin.
little bit of catching up to do here. I didn't think that was going to be allowed. The journey went whistling by, then the riders got the nod to go, so they'll come back and regroup on the line, and we'll go through the whole procedure again. So maybe you'd like to go through the lineup again, Cole.
Thanks for that, Hugh.
You're welcome.
So thank you very much for all your tweets that we've had so far. Keep sending them in to hashtag TWC. Rach has got in touch. Great atmosphere at the Velodrome again. We'll have no voice by the end of the weekend. You and me both, Rach. Hashtag TWC. This is from Chloe. Becky James is incredible. You'll see her a little bit later on as she continues her quest for gold in the sprint. Hashtag TWC from Deem Dog. First time here with a family and loving it. That is worth 3 exclamation marks, which is always good to see. And from Ed, go Team GB, loving our first time at the Velodrome, hashtag TWC. Keep those coming in. If you have any questions that you would like to put to our experts in the commentary box, Hugh and Carl are standing by to answer any of those you may well have. Don't forget, though, to include hashtag TWC.
So the riders line up again, following that problem at the start. Order as before, none of the riders judged to be the offenders there. The starter indicating to the Derny pacer, Peter Deary, on board that Derny bike in the back straight, that they're ready to roll. And when he gets into the home straight, the gun will fire, and Heat 2 will roll away for the second time.
Yeah, it looks like we got it right this time, and it's Dawkins of New Zealand that was the man that was keen to get behind that little Derny bike. Shu of China near the back is the current Asian team sprint champion, and a Wang in the green in the middle, a very exciting competitor indeed, coached by John Beasley, former Asian champion. He actually crossed the line first in New Delhi in the Commonwealth Games, but was DQ'd, perceived to endanger the rest of the field. I didn't see anything wrong with it. He found a line. After all, Keirin racing is all about excitement and danger. And Wang has a traditional finish. He normally finishes with a wheelie across the line. That's the man in the green colours, riding on his trade team in the middle of the mix at the moment. And you may all recall he had a very, very fearsome crash here a few years back when he had that splinter that went straight through his leg. That's a Wang in the middle at the moment. So the lineup at the front, it's still the rider from New Zealand, Dawkins, that sits in #1 position. Lewis Oliva, representing Wales, comes from down near Bristol actually. Got a bit of Italian origin in their family there. Then it's a Wang, and behind a Wang from China, it's Shi. And then right at the back, the German, and that is Maximilian Levy, second in the Olympic Games to the great Sir Chris Hoy. This time then, we'll lose that little bike. And let's see the big fellas locking horns. Levy on the inside, coming down the outside in the red strip from China. It's Shu. Shu of China goes for an early one here. And the reaction immediately coming from Maximilian Levy of Germany. So it's Shu, Levy, Dawkins. And at the moment it's a Wang right at the back. Look for the little fella of Wang. Has he got the firepower to get through? At the moment he looks as though he's going to be forced to go into the repechage. Dawkins suddenly unloads now at the front. The big Kiwi Dawkins just tickling the throttle there. That's how it is. Dawkins, Oliva, a Wang. They were the first 3 over the line. So Dawkins, the Kiwi, goes sweetly into the next round. And the rest are going to have to slug it out in the repechage. Dawkins joins Kenny, the winner of Heat 1. Very clinically fought there, but Dawkins, I think, rifled his intentions. Immediately rolled away from the start. when he got himself the lead position behind the Derny bike. So 2 riders through, Jason Kenny, the world champion, and Edward Dawkins of New Zealand.
So the lineup now for the next heat of the Kirin, Heat 3. Adam Tachnik of the Czech Republic, Sergio Alaja of the Spanish Reino de Navarro team, Matthijs Buchli of the Netherlands, Nishan Philippe of Trinidad, and Eric Engler of Team Brandenburg from Germany.
Coming around here then to complete the first lap. And right on the back of the motorbike we have Eric Engler, German rider, 22 years of age, riding on his trade team, Engler. And Nishan Philippe from Trinidad. He's sitting in the last but one position at the moment. I don't know if he's changed, but I know that he used to train in USA, and he was trained by the great Jamie Staff, who's here with us from Great Britain. Jamie Staff, who was the man who won the World Kirin Championships himself and went on to be an Olympic champion. Technic of the Czech Republic, sitting 3rd position. He's in the wheel of Buchli from the Netherlands. Right at the back, it's Alega of Spain. Tempo just lifting now to the highest point. And it's looking very much like Engler's going to lead this out. There's always a stall when the little Derny bike swings off the track as the riders check and look to their positions. But it's Engler still at the front. Buchli of the Netherlands in 2nd spot, and Patachnik going with him. Remember, only the winner will go through. 1 lap to go. Vociferous support from the side by the coach, but look at the speed here of the Trinidadian. Oh, terrific stuff. So the Trinidadian has ignited the burners here. Nishan Philippe of Trinidad thrills the crowd with that turn of pace and speed and wins his heat. Good riding there by Nishan Philippe of Trinidad. So that gives us 3 winners now. Jason Kenny, Edward Dawkins, and the latest to cross the line first here is Nishan Philippe of Trinidad. big board shows the results for you.
So the start lineup for the next heat, Heat 4, Kazunori Watanabe of Cyclo Channel Tokyo, Francois Purvis of France, Peter Lewis of JCO AS Australia, Bernard Esterhuizen of South Africa, and Andrei Vinokurov of the Ukraine. Well, problem there for one of the riders departing the line, indicated as a recall to the line by the starter, by the double firing of the pistol.
So as we reset for Heat 4 of the men's, Kieran, we have a tweet in from Marky Boy. Looks like a Celtic fan in the velodrome. Great atmosphere at the hashtag TWC in Manchester. And a question for the guys up in the commentary box. Could you explain the trade teams? You've been talking about that a lot already this morning. Mark says, I'm used to watching riders race for their countries only. So, for example, we've had Anna Mears not riding for Australia, but for her trade team. Let's ask that one for Carl.
Yeah, well, the countries are allowed a certain number of riders to represent each nation, so if they have more riders who are qualified for the World Cup than can fit into a nation team, then a trade team, or a professionally named team if you prefer, is also allowed in the World Cup competition. So it's kind of the overflow of riders from the national team into a trade team, and many of them representing, of course, the same country. Well, odd team you get a mix of riders, but generally it's a country represented via the team. So that's the way the additional riders are accommodated in the competition.
So for the second time of asking, we get underway with the latest heat, Heat 4 of the men's keirin. Rich mix of nationalities in this one: Japan, France, Australia, Republic of South Africa and Ukraine. Watanabe in here from Japan, an Asian Games team sprint champion. We've got Pierre Esterhuizen from Republic of South Africa. He's the man right behind the Derny. He's a former world keirin kilometre champion. Andrei Vinokurov from Ukraine, who's in the last but one spot at the moment, a European under-23 sprint and keirin champion. But really the master and the best man in the field here is the Frenchman Francois Purvis, who is not only a superb rider when he comes to the keirin, but he is a very, very quick kilometre rider as well. Francois Purvis has the third quickest time ever recorded for the kilometre at Cali, Colombia, at 1:00.075. That's the speed of Francois Purvis, who is the middle of the field at the moment. So coming round again, 3 laps to go. Esterhuizen right on the back of the Derny bike. Then we've got Lewis of Australia riding on his trade team. Then it's Purvis, then Vinokurov, and then making the first move here Watanabe coming up to the line. 2 to go. Watanabe of Japan at the front. Purvis starting to move down the outside. He's being pressurised a little bit on the inside by Esterhusen. Watanabe still offering stubborn resistance. Here comes Francois Purvis trying to get over the top. Lewis of Australia in the pale blue, and Purvis doesn't look to have the speed here, and it's Lewis, the Australian, that gets to the front. Purvis comes down the inside, and it is going to be Purvis or Lewis. Lewis, the Australian, oh, did he beat Purvis? We'll go to a photo finish for that one. Very tight indeed. Looked like Lewis of Australia just about got his wheel over the line ahead of Purvis. Purvis had 3 goes to try and get to the head of the contest. Couldn't find the right path. Eventually he found the route underneath, but it was tight on the line, so we'll wait for that to be confirmed. Photo finish will confirm it, and that's being looked at as I speak. It was a good heat.
Well, Hugh, confirmation. It was Lewis of Australia, as you called it, who just got the better of Purvis on the line, with Vinokurov in 3rd spot. So Lewis of Australia is the next rider to progress to the next round of the men's Keirin competition.
Good ride then, that by Lewis, and a big scalp to take as well to put the Frenchman into the repechage.
So introducing the riders for the penultimate heat of this men's Keirin first round. Representing Australia is Matthew Glaister. From Canada, Hugo Barrett. From the trade team of HPSNZ from New Zealand, the Olympic bronze medalist, joint bronze medalist in the Olympics, Simon van Veldhoven. From Roosevelt, Valentin Savitsky. And from Venezuela, Hosni Canelon.
So the penultimate round of this men's Keirin gets underway. Canelon of Venezuela just leading the little string. Veldhoven of New Zealand second. Got himself a bronze medal in the Olympic Games, finishing behind Maximilian Levy and Sir Chris Hoy in that thrilling final in London. The second Australian of the competition is Glaister. Good sprinter Glaister is also one of the fastest men in the history of the team sprint for the 3rd lap. Very, very quick indeed, and he's a former junior world Keirin champion. Tends to throw the bike all over the place, but it's certainly profitable for the speed that he generates. Right at the back from Canada, we have got Barrett from Canada at the back at the moment. And the other competitor here in this final is Savitsky of Russia. Savitsky at the moment sitting in the last position. Goodbye to the Derny. Okay, let the action begin. And already there's a move by Glaister of Canada. Glaister gets to the front. And here comes the Australian, Glaister. Matthew Gleitzer hits the front. As I said to you, he's a bike fighter, this fella, and he's got a lot of speed. Gleitzer at the front, crouches down and looks over the shoulder to see where the challenge comes from. But remember what I said, Gleitzer's the fastest third wheel ever in the business of the team sprint. They'll not get round him, I tell you. Really comes to the line, the Australian Gleitzer wins. So 2 Australians are through to the next round of this men's keirin. Gleitzer with that victory joins Lewis, who was the winner in the previous heat. 1 heat to go. Was a photo finish for that lunge for the line, but you could clearly see that Gleitzer was the man that got his wheel over, but it has to be confirmed. There's the free shot as they approach the line. You can see the difference.
So the final keirin heat in this first round, and 5 riders vying for that one qualification directly through to the next round. The losers, of course, will contest a repechage, a second chance heat later. And the lineup here is Leandro Battasso of Argentina, Tobias Wachter of Germany, Francesco Cecchi of Italy, Yuta Wakimoto of Japan, and Denis Dmitriev of Russia.
European champion Tobias Wachter of Germany sitting right behind that little Derny bike. Crouching style of Francesco Cecchi, the 23-year-old Italian, is in the field here. Good road sprinter, Cecchi. Dmitriev of Russia, the European sprint champion, just won that in Apeldoorn. He's sitting at the back of the little string. This could be quite juicy, I tell you. There's some talent in this one. And Battasso of Argentina is third at the moment. Right at the back, Wakimoto of Japan. Drone of the engine just getting a little louder tells us that they're nearing the cut-off speed of 50 k's an hour. It's still the European champion right on the bike, Wachter. And here's the first move, and it comes from Wakimoto of Japan. Wakimoto taking Cecchi of Italy with him. And we've had the gunfire there. Not quite sure what all that was about. The race is continuing. Hear a little bit more about that later on. That's a little bit of confusion for me. The riders all looked for a moment, but they've carried on. Wakimoto of Japan still holding off the challenge, or trying to now, of the European champion Wakta. Wakta comes to the front, looks as though he's going to hold off the challenge of Dmitriev of Russia, or does he? Whoa! Ho, ho, ho. Dmitriev, the European sprint champion, threw his bike at the line, and that may just have been enough to get the better of the European keirin champion Wakta. That'll go to a photo, although the computer is showing that Dmitriev is the latest qualifier through to the next round. That was very exciting indeed, and the Russian saved his best till last and joins the winners of the previous heats.
So just confirmation here of the rounds, the makeup of the next round. Jason Kenny of Great Britain, Edward Dawkins of New Zealand, Nijan Philip of Trinidad, Peter Lewis of Jayco from Australia, Matthew Gleitster of Australia, and the winner of that last heat, Denis Dmitriev of Russia. Those are the riders who progress directly to the next round of the keirin. So we return now to the women's sprint competition, and we're at the quarter-final stage. And this is the point at which we go to best of 3. So it's not necessarily a case of winning the first one, but it's always good to get that under your belt. But it's the best of 3. If you win 2, then you progress directly into the next round. Heat number 1 is the first on the track, and the rider starting on the inside here from the French team is Virginie Queff, and her opponent from Jayco AIS, Anna Mears, on the outside.
Well, Quiff at the front here from France knows she's got a real challenge on her hands here. One of the all-time legends of women's track racing, Anna Mears. And 30 years of age, Mears. And she's the only woman to have won the gold medal in every discipline in women's racing. She's been the 500-meter champion, the keirin champion, the sprint champion, and the team sprint champion. That is some formidable record. She was the world record holder as well for 500 meters, Mears. So much respect being shown here to the Frenchwoman. Mears not prepared to take it on. She's going to force the competitor here, Quiff, to lead it until she feels she's comfortable to make the move. Mears is still the world record holder for that 500 meters, 33.010. That's the pedigree of this Australian. So here we go, bell this time, still Quiff at the front. And Mears just looking for that back wheel to aim at. She must be brimming with confidence because she's quite prepared to give Quiff at least 3 or 4 bike lengths advantage. But here it is, onto the line. It was tight, wasn't it? Very professionally done. We'll go to a photo finish, but it's the Australian that draws first blood there. She wins race 1. She showed Quiff the ultimate respect and just did a professional job by overhauling the challenge of the Frenchwoman right on the line. So Mears wins race 1 in heat 1 of the quarterfinals.
So the next heat, heat number 2, comes to the track. This is Germany versus Great Britain. The German rider Christina Vogel will start on the outside. She was race number 202. And her opponent from Great Britain on the inside with the number 188 is Jessica Varnish.
Both riders know each other very, very well here. This is a repeat, actually, of the World Junior Sprint Championship back in 2007. On that occasion, Vogel came out on top. Now Varnish has moved a lot in her career since then, so it's going to be a very interesting tussle, this one. Varnish at the front, and the stocky, punchy figure of Vogel sitting second wheel. Well, Vogel looking to gain a little bit of height there. She obviously feels that's the better tactic to try and get the better of Varnish. Now then, Jess Varnish, remember, is a very good 500-metre rider, so if Vogel leads this out and Varnish takes that back wheel as a target to aim at, it could play into the hands of the British rider. So Vogel leading this one out. Here she goes. Now then, what can Varnish offer? Well, Jess Varnish is giving herself quite a lot of work to do here. Vogel then coming into the finishing straight with a distinct advantage, and tactically she outmanoeuvres Varnish and wins race 1 of heat 2 in the women's quarterfinals. So work to do for Varnish then if she wants to take that to a decider. Vogel got the better there of the tactical confrontation when they re-manoeuvred each other on the banking, and the German getting the last say.
So the riders coming to the track for the next heat, the penultimate heat in this women's sprint quarter-final match A. And taking the start in this one on the inside in the colours of the Netherlands is Elise Lickley. And the rider on the outside, it's the world champion in the rainbow stripes from Great Britain, Becky James.
Lickley it is then that rolls away here with the front position, and Becky James, the world champion, just watching every move by the Dutch woman. battle of nerves. Takes the riders into the back straight with 1.5 laps to go. Lickly of the Netherlands waiting for a surprise pounce then from the world champion. And there it is, tactically faultless then, James. Looked for the opportunity, the door opened just a fraction and she went for the inside position. Here she comes, a meritorious performance by James. Good challenge by Lickly, but she ran out of distance and the world champion wins race 1 of heat 3 of the women's quarterfinals. Smart piece of work there. Looked for the opportunity and when it presented itself, she took the chance. And there's the free shot for you to show you how close it was on the line. But the news is, it's James that takes it.
So the final heat in the quarterfinals. We move into the B competition of the sprint immediately after this one, but this is the final of the quarterfinals match A in the rides that will eventually produce the medalists. And Stephanie Morton of Australia will take on YG Lee of Hong Kong. Morton will start on the inside of the track and Lee on the outside.
Morton at the front. Morton beat Lee of China in the previous round, and Lee YC from Hong Kong beat Calvo of Spain. Well, can Morton beat Lee YC of Hong Kong and become the second Australian to achieve a victory in race 1 of these quarterfinals? Anna Mears already, of course, won the first race in heat 1. Now then, what can Morton do? Quite prepared to take it on from the front. A long lead out here then by Morton, but here comes a challenge from Lee YC of Hong Kong down the outside. Is it going to be good enough? Yeah, I would say it was. Photo will be required, but it looked as though she's taken it and the computer indicates that. So Lee YC wins race 1 of the women's quarterfinals in heat 4.
So this is the quarterfinals of the B sprint. These are the beaten riders from the 8th finals. So this is essentially for the ranking 9th onwards in the women's sprint competition overall. And there are 4 heats again, as you would expect in a quarterfinal. The first will be matching Anastasia Voinova of Russia, number 287, against Olivia Montauban of France, number 176. The Russian rider on the outside, and the French woman will start on the inside.
And unlike the A sprint competition, here it's just a one-off, so the winners of each heat will qualify through to the semi-finals. Montauban from France at the front, and Voinova of Russia, just sitting second wheel here in the very early stages of this encounter. Who's it going to be fruitful for? Well, looks as though I was going to say we're going to be treated to a standstill situation there. We haven't had one yet. It's getting close to it. Sprint referee just watching the developments closely there on the Côte d'Azur. Gun in hand, should he need to stop the race if there was a standstill that exceeded the permitted time. But we're not going to get that. So the Russian at the front here, Voinova, just waiting and looking for a reaction from Montauban. Bell this time. Voinova still taking it on. Now then, what can the Frenchwoman offer? Montauban leaving herself a little bit of work to do here, trying to close down onto the back wheel of Voyova. Voyova, though, coming down the finishing straight, has done enough work there to seal it. So Voyova goes into the semi-finals by right. Clinical delivery, totally dictating that clash.
So the second heat in this quarter-final B is a match between the Cyclo-Channel Tokyo and Russia, the Russian rider Olga Stretsova, and the rider from Japan, Kayono Maeda. And it's the Russian rider who will start on the outside here, and her opponent from Japan in the lower position on the track. Just the winner will progress in this B sprint competition, the loser exiting the competition at this point.
Well, Streltsova of Russia in the second position has just seen her fellow countrywoman Anastasia Voinova win Heat 1. Now, whether or not that'll be a morale booster for her, we shall see. At the front, it's Maeda from Japan. No change in the lineup here as they just tap out that gentle rhythm in the early stages. Maeda looking and expecting the challenge from Streltsova, but the Russian delaying her tactics, going for a little bit of height here to enable her to get the gear wound up more quickly. And that's exactly what she does, actually. And now she comes over the side of Maeda of Japan. And I would say the outcome now is academic, because Maeda will not react from that in the well of the track. So you can chalk the victory up then to Streltsova of Russia. So Voinova and Streltsova of Russia both progress through into the semi-finals of the B sprint.
So coming to the track now for the third of these quarter-final Bs. Taking the start on the inside. Representing the Netherlands will be Shani Braspenik, and her opponent, who will start on the outside from China, Jingjing Shi.
Well, no problem here in identify in who is who, the traditional Dutch colours of Brasfenix at the front, and of course Shi of China in that traditional red strip, second wheel. Well, Braspenix looking across the right shoulder, just waiting and trying to stall any movement here from Shi. Shi just trying to catch her slightly unsighted and looking for an opportunity to go down the inside, but it wasn't offered, so she's going to have to come the long way round. And the competitor from the Netherlands, Braspenix, still holding that inside line, so she got the shorter route to the finishing line, and the Chinese competitor having to come the long way round. She had to work hard, but it looked to pay off, and the winner then of Heat 3 is Jingjing Shi of China. She goes through to the semi-final to join the brace of Russians who are Voinova and Streltsova.
So the riders come to the line for the final quarter-final B, and taking the start on the inside, representing Spain, is Tanya Calvo, and her opponent on the outside from China, Zhu Mi Li.
So we're just waiting to see now who is going to join Shi, Streltsova and Voinova in the semi-finals. Still Calvo of Spain rolling along at the front. Now Lee has just seen Shi, her teammate, go through, so now then can Lee emulate the feats of Shi? We'll soon find out. 1.5 laps to go. It's still Calvo at the front. Calvo leading it out. Now then, what can Zhu Mi Li offer here? Second wheel at the moment, working hard, trying to come up to the side then of Calvo of Spain. Calvo it is, though, that looks to have the greater firepower down the finishing straight. That's how it'll refinish. Yeah, Calvo takes it. So Calvo wins the fourth heat in the Sprint B final at the quarter-final stage. So the four going through to the semi-final will be Voinova and Streltsova of Russia, and Shi of China who has just been joined by Calvo of Spain.
So we return now to the men's keirin competition. We're at the first round repechage stage. Repechage is literally French for second chance, and it is the first rider in each of these heats who will move forward into the second round to join those riders who are already there as winners of the heats in the first round. So just the winner will go through from the 6 repechage heats. Heat number 1, 3 riders lining up for this one. For Argentina, we have Alejandro Batasso. For the Erdgas team from Germany, Maximilian Levy. From Malaysia, Josiah Nuk.
First heat gets underway then in the first round repechage of the men's keirin. Botasso from Argentina, Levy from Germany riding on his trade team, and Josiah Ung from Malaysia. As Carl said, the first rider in each heat will qualify into the second round. So Levy is the man sitting right behind the little Derny bike. How strange to see a rider like Maximilian Levy in a repechage. Silver medal winner in the Olympic Games to Sir Chris Hoy in London. And a top team sprint rider as well, an Olympic champion. So it's Levy at the moment right on the guard of the little bike as it begins to lift the tempo. Josiah Ung still sitting at the back, the Olympic champion, Commonwealth champion I should say, from New Delhi. And enveloped between them is Botasso from Argentina, the 27-year-old. Tempo lifting all the time. Remember, when it swings off the track, it's at a maximum of 50 kilometers an hour. Well, it's slightly out of character, this, only having 3 riders. And Levy quite content to keep them in the well of the track. No fireworks at the moment. Here comes the first move then by Josiah Ung of Malaysia in the yellow. He goes to the front. The Malaysian looks keen to get on with this. Spent quite a lot of time over in LA in his earlier career. And he really is a very gutsy competitor indeed. Ung it is then, hits the line into the final lap. Here comes the challenge then from Levy. The power then of Maximilian Levy just blows the opposition completely away. And Levy moves sweetly then into the second round, winning that first round repechage. So Maximilian Levy, the 26-year-old from Germany, indicating that There's no way he was going out of the competition, so he now moves into the next round.
So we move on now to Heat 2. Again, just the winner will progress to the next round. The 4 riders lining up for this one: Matthias Buckley of the Netherlands, Kamil Kaczynski of Poland. From Venezuela we have Hassani Canelon, and from Wales, riding for Team USN, Luis Oliva.
Same drill as the previous heat here in the repechage, the 8 laps to sort it out, of which of course first 5.5 are all about just building up the tempo on that Derny. At the back we've got Kaczynski from Poland. In his wheel, just one up from the Netherlands is Buckley, 20 years of age, Buckley. And further up the line, the British competitor here, or representing Wales actually, Luis Oliva. And then tucked right in on the bike from Venezuela, we have Canelon. Tempo lifting now, Canelon still tucked in behind the little bike. Luis Oliva sitting second wheel, former silver medalist in the British National Sprint Championships. And at the back, just beginning to gather himself here for a move, is Kamil Kaczynski, the big Pole. So that's it, the pacing session is all over. Now it's sort out time. And here comes the first move of any significance, and it is by Buckley of the Netherlands. And look at the reaction here from Kaczynski in the red and white of Poland. Kaczynski trying to come all the way round. Buckley of the Netherlands is still leading as they swing off the banking into the back straight. And it's still Buckley of the Netherlands. Here comes the challenge though down the outside. And this is going to come from the Venezuelan on the line. It was, oh, it looked very close to me there, but it looks as though Canelon of Venezuela took that one. Buckley made all the running, but the clenched fist of the rider from Venezuela, Canelon, indicates that he is the winner. We get a chance to see this on our screen, a slow motion play of the final approach to the line. And it is victory for the rider from Venezuela. Canelon wins through to the next round.
So heat 3 of the 6 that make up this first round repechage in the men's keirin competition, and again 4 more riders vying for 1 place in round 2. Adam Ptachnik of the Czech Republic is matched against Simon van Veldhoven from the Netherlands, Francesco Cecchi of Italy, and Andrei Vinokurov of Ukraine. So Simon van Veldhoven, although it does sound rather Dutch, is in fact, of course, a New Zealander. So my apologies for miscalling his nation of origin.
In defence, it's quite easy to do because these riders are in their trade team colours. So let's run through the lineup, right from the little Derny bike at the front. It's Francesco Cecchi of Italy. Then it's Adam Ptachnik of the Czech Republic. And then the man we were just talking about, Simon van Veldhoven. And then right at the back from Ukraine, Andrei Vinokurov. Been around a few seasons now as Vinokurov. And van Veldhoven, 25-year-old, the man that actually went away from the London Olympics with a bronze medal in his pocket after the keirin. Good kilometre rider as well, van Veldhoven. A medal in the kilometre has been achieved by him at the World Championships. Yeah, van Veldhoven, silver medal winner in the kilometre World Championships in Minsk earlier this year. Terrific ride by him as well, 1:00.8. So he's a good all-rounder, this Kiwi. And he's making a move already. Is that move going to be enough? Final lap. And it's Cecchi of Italy at the front. Ptachnik trying to come around the outside. Veldhoven cannot find a way through. Looks like Cecchi's going to take it on the line. Yeah, the Italian tidies that one up. Francesco Cecchi, the 23-year-old national sprint and kilometre champion of Italy, wins the 3rd heat of the men's repechage in the keirin.
So 3 more heats to go. Riders already through to the next round from this repechage. Francesco Cecchi has Annie Canelon and Maximilian Levy, and looking to join them from this heat are Chao Zhu of China, Francois Pavis of France, Yuta Wakimoto of Japan, and the German rider Eric Engler.
Well, Francois Purvis finding himself in the repechage, completely out of character, isn't he, for the Frenchman? He's right at the front here. And the man right at the back, providing the other bookend, is Chao Xu of China, who is the Asian team sprint champion. So it's Purvis. Right behind Purvis is Wakimoto of Japan. He's on the inside, keeps getting pushed down onto the Côte d'Azur, so he's on and off the track. And at the outside of him, it's Engler of Germany, who's wearing his trade team colours. If you're looking for a national German jersey, you won't see it. In fact, he's at the back now. That's his trade team colours. Eric Engler, the 22-year-old German, got himself a silver in the under-23 European Kilometre Championships. And then completing the lineup, well, I've mentioned him already, haven't I, is Francois Purvis right at the front. So it's Purvis, Wakimoto, Xu and Engler in that order. Now, Francois Purvis is going to be licking his wounds here, having been dispatched into the repechage, but he didn't seem to quite have the normal firepower that we would associate with him. Now then, what's he going to do here? Still leading and keeping a beady eye on the opposition to see where the first move is going to come from. And it's going to come from the German. Here it is. Eric Engler makes an early move. Not fully committed, but he certainly wanted the front position. That was evident. Purvis is now trying to come down the outside, and so is the rider from Japan. That's Wakimoto. One to go, and Purvis once again is being distanced here. He's going to have to find something and come the long way round. So Purvis is the outside smoker here as he's trying to get over the German. That's Engler. Oh yes, thank you very much. So he looked at the rest as much as to say, you think you're going to put me out of this competition, eh? No chance. That's what makes him one of the quickest kilometre riders of all time. The winner of Heat 4 of the first round men's repechage, Francois Purvis.
So the penultimate heat in this first round repechage of the men's Kirin. 4 more riders vying for one more available second round place. And from the trade team, from Spain, Sergio Aliaga. From South Africa, Bernard Esterhuizen. From Russia, riding for Rusvelo, Valentin Savitsky. And from Malaysia, riding for the YSD team, Aziz Ul Hasni Awang. That's the lineup for heat number 5.
Penultimate heat then, just getting underway. Esterhuizen right behind the little bike, the former junior world kilometre champion. A Wang starting to come down the outside. And Savitsky, the Russian, riding on his trade team, is in third place. And Wang had a look, but there was nowhere they were going to let him in the line, so he has to settle for the back position. And he's sitting in the wheel of Aliaga, our Spaniard, riding again in his trade team colours. In the old days, of course, the prelims behind the pacing bike was always the most exciting part, because riders used to push and shove. There was even headbutting went on, and it made it a very interesting confrontation. But of course, everything's been calmed down now, and really it's just processional behind the bike. Nothing ever changes. Lose the pacing bike this time. First move comes from Awang. Little injection of pace there brings the diminutive Malaysian up into second place in the wheel of the South African, Esterhuisen. And now a move by Savitsky down the outside, and Awang has found himself squeezed to the back. I don't think he was planning on that at all. So he's looking for a line down the inside, which is not going to come. And if he wants to get through here, he's got a lot of work to do. Awang, he's right at the back. And it is the Russian Savitsky that's leading it out into the finishing straight. Here comes Savitsky up to the line, and he takes it. Savitsky of Russia, wearing his trade team colours, wins the penultimate heat of round one of the men's Kirin repechage.
So the final heat in the men's first round repechage. And the final four riders here lined up. We've got Hugo Barrett of Canada. We've got from Cycle Channel Tokyo, Kazunori Watanabe. From Germany, Tobias Wachter. And from Ireland, Ian Mullen.
So we're looking to see who's going to join Levy, Canelon, Chechi, Purvis and Savitsky, who are all through in this repechage stage of the contest. Watanabe is the man who is leading the little string. The Canadian sits second wheel. That's Barrett, Hugo Barrett. Third is Wachter of Germany, and at the back, Mullen of Ireland. Now Wachter, who is third in line here, is the European champion. And Barrett of Canada, who is sitting second wheel at the moment, is the silver medal winner from the Pan Ams in the team sprint. Okay, it's this time that this little Derny bike is going to drop off the track. And they've got 2.5 laps to sort it out. Who is going to get into the next round? Watanabe still at the front, but the Canadian is in second wheel, Hugo Barrett. And here comes the challenge from Tobias Wachter of Germany. Tobias Wachter looks to have the horsepower here to try and come over the rest. He does. So the German hits the front now and really is working hard. He's got that gear spinning to maximum as he blows the opposition away. They're washed away from the competition, and it's Wachter of Germany that wins the 6th and final heat in the men's first round Kirin repechage.
So the riders who will progress from that repechage through to the next round are Maximilien Levy, Hassani Canelon, Francesco Cecchi, Francois Pervis, Valentin Savitsky and Tobias Wachter.
So the Derny and the Derny driver Peter makes his leave until later, and we have a question from Twitter, and it's Freedom Factor for Hugh and Carl up in the box, which is about the Derny and the Derny rider. So hashtag TWC, that's how you get your tweet to the big stage, to the big screen rather. There is the Derny. You'll notice that there are pedals. So the question is, why pedals, and why does the Derny rider use the pedals?
Well, Hugh, just a note that our Twitter feed question spelt incorrectly. Derny spelled D-E-R-N-Y. It's, of course, a motorised bicycle. It's a very small engine. It's a 98cc motor on the back of the Derny, and it's actually linked through a conventional cycle gear. It's got 70 teeth approximately on the front and 11 on the back, and that combination lets the pacer smoothly accelerate. However, should the engine cut out, the bike doesn't suddenly grind to a halt. That's why it's linked through the gearing and the chain system. So that's the combination that propels our Derny bike around the track.
And let me just tell you also, Hugh, another reason why they do pedal, it's so that it assimilates the acceleration of a human bike rider. In other words, if you had a throttle like you would on a big motorbike, once you open the throttle, it would jerk away, and obviously the reaction of the rider, he wouldn't be able to continually respond to that. And let me just tell you also, the Kirin, where it originates in Japan, incredible popular sport there, where it generates trillions of yen on the totalizer betting, and there they actually have human pacers, they don't have Derny pacers.
So we move now to the men's Omnium. We're at the next stage of this competition. We had 3 rounds yesterday. The next stage of the individual pursuit, and the first rider on the track, covering 4,000 metres, 16 laps, is Varun Maharaj of Trinidad.
So Maharaj gets underway. He's the first heat of the 4,000 metre individual pursuit discipline. This is the 4th counting event in the men's Omnium. And if you haven't seen Omnium racing before, let me just once again tell you, if you win a discipline, you get 1 point. And if you finished last in that particular phase of the Omnium, you get the maximum points. And of course, it's the rider who's accumulated the least points at the end of the 6 disciplines who will be the champion. Now, at the moment, Maharaj has amassed 69 points. He was 17th in the flying lap, 39th in the points race, and 13th in the elimination. So it certainly is a tough challenge, the 6 events. And Maharaj will be the early pace setter. This will be the benchmark, his time. First kilometre, a 1:13.9.
There are 10 heats.
So Maharaj is the first of the 10 heats. After the opening kilometre of 1:13.907. He's getting near to the midway point. Here we are. Let's have a look at that. 2:24.659. Remember, his time will be matched against all the competitors, as I said earlier, because it's all about how many points you amass in the competition, and the aim is, of course, to score the least. The optimum aim in any Omnium is to try and win all 6 disciplines, because then you would just accumulate 6 points. A dream situation. So if you look at the standings at the moment, the leader of the competition is Jasper de Boist of Belgium, and he has been very consistent indeed. He goes in the final heat of this pursuit, but de Boist has been 3rd in the flying lap, 2nd in the points race, and 2nd in the elimination. But then Boudat of France has had 2 wins. He was 1st in the elimination and 1st in the points race, but sadly the flying lap let him down when he was 15th. So at the moment he's down in 5th position. But Boudat with 2 wins out of the 3 disciplines so far. It's a long, lonely ride, isn't it, for the Trinidadian? Due to the fact, of course, that we lost 1 competitor, so there's only 19 in this Omnium, but he's gone through the 3/4 point now in 3:37.854. Come on, give him a bit of cheer. It's a long, lonely ride for this fella, isn't it? all the way from Trinidad, that glorious sun-drenched island down there in the Caribbean. It's close to Tobago. That's the spirit. I know you'll raise your game with the tempo on applause when we get to heat 7, because Jonathan Dibben will be coming out onto the track for Great Britain. Coming up to the bell. There's the time then for the Trinidadian, 4:52.818. That's the standard to beat. Long way to go in this discipline.
So heat 2 of the 10 heats in this men's Omnium individual pursuit. Starting in the home straight is Andrej Rybin of the Czech Republic, and his opponent in the back straight, Darren Matthews of Barbados. So the riders here over 16 laps of the track for 4,000 metres. So the riders ranked in the starting order for this individual pursuit on the basis of the Omnium competition thus far. We had 3 competitions yesterday: flying lap, point race and elimination race. And following this individual pursuit, the riders still have to contest a scratch race and a time trial. So 3 timed events, 3 endurance events make up the Omnium to determine the best all-round athlete of those entered. And as you mentioned a few moments ago, 20 riders who were scheduled to take the start, down to 19 following the withdrawal of Savitsky of Russia earlier in the competition. 2 riders on the track at the moment. Best place finish for Andrej Rybin was in the elimination race yesterday when he posted a 7th place finish. Also picking up 8th spot in the flying lap, but losing a lot of ground in the point race. Hence his lower position in the standings. And his opponent, well, that's Darren Matthews of Barbados. He best place finished so far was 15th in the point race, but thus far in the elimination and the flying lap, he's finished towards the bottom of the classification. So of course the final heats will feature those riders who sit at the top of the Omnium classification going into this 3rd discipline. Jesper de Boist is the current leader on 7 points, followed by Tim Veld of the Netherlands on 11, and Aaron Gate, defending champion from New Zealand, on 12. So that's the situation at the top of the table. But as we progress in this 2nd heat of the individual pursuit, of the opening kilometre, it is the Barbadian who's made the fastest start, 1:12.203. 1:14.239 for Rybin of the Czech Republic. We're about to reach the halfway point when the riders come to their home station next time. It's all about judging your effort, of course, making sure you pace yourself so you get some reserve when we come towards the final few laps. Often the closing kilometre is the determining factor in these pursuit matches. Go off too fast and not quite have the energy required to deliver yourself to the line, you can lose a lot of ground in those final couple of laps. And at the moment, these two are pretty evenly matched, separated in fact just by 0.5 of a second at the halfway point in the favour of the Barbadian, who set off faster and is continuing to record a slightly faster pace, but Rybin starting to come back at him now. This discipline, very much the cycling equivalent of the heptathlon in athletics, where it's a combination of abilities that will determine the eventual medalist, and it's your position in each of the individual disciplines that determine your point score. So if you take a first place, you get 1 point, and it's the aggregate of those places. The lowest score, obviously being the aggregate of the best places, will determine the winner. So it's an interesting combination. And always a very intriguing battle as the competition progresses. We'll play it out right to the final round this evening, which will be the time trial. And of course, we began action in the women's Omnium earlier today as well, and we'll reach the halfway point in that with the elimination later on today. So 1 lap to go, sorry, 1 kilometre to go, 4 laps to go of the track for these two. It's still advantage for the Barbadian here. He's continuing to clock up a slightly faster pace than his opponent, 3:34.759 against 3:35.342 for Rybin, with 1 kilometre to go. So can the rider from the Czech Republic here lift his pace in the final lap or two to try and overhaul his opponent? 4:52.818 is the target time. That was posted by Maharaj of Trinidad in the opening heat. That's solo ride, of course, that began this competition. The bells are prepared to indicate to the riders they have just 1 lap to go. And it's Matthews who gets there first. This looks like a lead he will sustain. He's been ahead right from the start, and all it's been very close. It's a well-judged ride by Darren Matthews of Barbados, and he's going to cross the line first here, and we'll stop the clock in 4:45.895, and the time for Rybin of the Czech Republic, 4:48.075. So Matthews goes to the top of the table, Rybin takes up second place, and Maharaj moves down into third. So heat number 3, starting in the home straight, representing Japan is Kashugi Kuboki, and his opponent from Italy, Francesco Castanagro, on the back straight. So both riders cleanly away from the starting gate. the effort and the first three-quarters of a lap or so to get that gear turning. When they're on the pace, they'll drop into the saddle, stretch out into that aerodynamic position, and begin these 16 laps. Faster start here by the rider who will come into the home straight now, the Italian Castanagro. He had a misfortune in the flying lap yesterday, and he pulled his foot out, but he got a second opportunity to record a time, finishing 16th overall. His best performance so far in the Omnium has been a 13th place in the point race yesterday. And his opponent, Kuboki of Japan, well, he also put in his best performance in the point race. So an indication that these two riders perhaps won't be looking for stellar performances in the individual pursuit, but will be saving their energies for the endurance races. We've still got the scratch race to go, of course, before we come to the end of this Omnium. This really is a searing pace being set by the Italian in these opening couple of laps. Castagnaro in the blue and white colours. It's not far off, just being a quarter of a lap behind his opponent. Both riders using full aerodynamic advantage here with the twin disc wheels. Aerodynamic helmets, that stretched out position, regulated of course by the UCI regulations. Each rider obliged to have their bike measured before the start of competition. Also weighed as well to determine that the minimum weight of 6.8 kilograms has been met. And the Italian continuing this really good pace he's established from the opening lap or so. Comfortably the fastest at this stage, 1:10.899. It was Matthews of Barbados who put in the previous fastest opening kilometre, 1:12.203. So looking good for Castagnaro of Italy. As I cautioned in the preceding heat, let's hope he's not going away too quickly and can keep this pace going right through to the finish line in the meantime. Kuboki of Japan running fourth fastest at the moment, 1:13.955 was the time he posted for his opening kilometre, and as we reach the halfway point it's still in favour of the Italian. Castagnaro 2:22.86 and Kuboki 2:22.181. So these riders running in first and second place in the pursuit competition so far. Still plenty of riders to go, of course. The heats are seeded on the basis of the Omnium standings after the last event, which of course was the Omnium elimination race last night. So the best placed riders in the Omnium are those who go in the final heats of this individual pursuit. Approaching the final kilometre, and what I suggested might happen is beginning to take place on the track, because that very fast start for Castagnaro of Italy is beginning to take its toll now, because his opponent, Kuboki of Japan, now moves into the lead position. You can just glance across the track at their relative positions, which the riders will do, coaches will do as well, to keep an eye on proceedings and to advise their riders accordingly. But Kuboki has the lead now, 3:31.556 at the start of the final kilometre. And Castagnaro's challenge slipping away a little now, 3:33.720. He's still second fastest, but losing ground to his Japanese opponent. Both riders still maintaining a good line around the track. The closer you stay to that black gauge line, that's the actual 250-metre measurement around the bottom of the track. You cover exactly 250 metres. The higher you go up, the further you're going around, and of course that will impact upon the overall time. It's Kuboki of Japan who looks favoured to come out on top here. Just one lap to go for the Japanese rider. And it's a reversal of the earlier stages of this, where Castagnaro was almost within a quarter of a lap of gaining on his opponent. Now the Japanese rider has taken a similar position, and it'll be he who crosses the line first. So Kuboki of Japan will clock the new fastest time, 4:47.21 for Kuboki of Japan. And the time for Castagnaro of Italy, well, he finishes third fastest at this stage of the competition in 4:47.581. So heat number 4, Ukrainian rider starting in the home straight is Vladislav Kreminsky, and his opponent from China in the back straight, Shuang Shan. So heat 4 away from the line. 16 laps of individual pursuiting to try and improve the position of these riders in the overall Omnium standings. Shan of China, best placed finish so far. He's 7th overall in the flying lap, the event that opened up this Omnium competition. Going less well in the point race and the elimination race. Meanwhile, his opponent from the Ukraine, Vladislav Kreminsky, well, his best performance was in the elimination race where he finished in 8th place. So going into this competition, these two riders were lying in 13th and 14th place. Kreminsky 13th and Shan in 14th. So the Omnium, as I suggested earlier, really is all about a combination of abilities, but it's also about consistency as well. If you can post really good finishing places in all of the events, then that's pretty much going to guarantee you a good finish, and of course the potential to take away a medal. A rider who's done best so far, Jasper de Boist of Belgium, will go in the final heat against Tim Velt of the Netherlands. And just to compare the performances, De Boist with 2 seconds and a 3rd place, so very consistent riding by the Belgian, and hence his lead position. He's on 7 points scored so far in the Omnium, but more of him later. We'll concentrate our attention on this battle between Kreminsky and Shan. And the riders are not too far away from their halfway point at the completion of the opening kilometre. It was a faster pace being set by Kreminsky. He posted that in 1:12.095. And Shan of China 1:12.379, so 0.3 of a second between them after the first 4 laps. Still advantage for the Ukrainian at the moment. We'll see if that gap has widened. It certainly has if you look visually on the track. The Chinese rider falling a little further behind. Glancing down was the Chinese rider, looking as though he's tiring somewhat here. Much less settled position, his head very upright. And that's certainly been confirmed by the timings at the halfway point, because it's advantage for Kreminsky, and he's stretched out his lead to 4 seconds ahead of Shan of China. Shan is looking as though he's a spent force here with still 1.5 kilometres to go. And we may well see our first catching situation of this Omnium individual pursuit as Kreminsky continues to eat up the ground on his opponent. Kreminsky draws ever closer to the rear wheel of Shan of China, and the catch will happen here in the home straight with 5 laps to go. So the rules dictate that the past rider has to drop behind. I don't think Shan will have too much problem doing that, because he's certainly struggling now in the closing stages. And Kreminsky continuing to rattle out a good rhythm here. 3:34.77 for Kreminsky at the start of the final kilometre. Shan will reach that point in 3:37.916. So little doubt that Kreminsky will come out on top in this little battle. The Ukrainian, though, time all important to be ranked against the other 18 competitors in this Omnium competition. Try and drag his way further up the classification table. So 500 metres remain for the Ukrainian in the home straight. Vladislav Kreminsky. It's been a consistent ride by the Ukrainian. Just deviating ever so slightly from the very steady line he's held all the way through. As tiredness will begin to take a toll here. He's done enough to catch and pass his opponent. But let's see what the time will be. Kaboki is the current time to beat, 4:47.21 for the Japanese rider. And here comes Kreminski of the Ukraine. New fastest time. Vladislav Kreminski posts 4:43.96 to take the lead position. Shuangshan is in sight of the finish line now in the back straight. And his finishing time 4:55.800. So heat number 5, 10 heats remember to make up this men's individual pursuit omnium competition. And the rider starting in the home straight from the United States of America is Jacob During, and his opponent from Denmark in the back straight is Kasper von Forsage. So the stars and stripes on the jersey of the rider in the home straight, Jacob During of the United States. Best performance so far on the Omnium was a 7th place finish in the point race. And his opponent, von Forsage of Denmark, 11th in the flying lap, 12th in the point race and 15th in the elimination race. So it's the Dane who's made the fastest start here as we approach completion of the opening kilometre. Very tidy pursuiting style being exhibited by Kasper von Forsage, Denmark. Certainly got the better pace in the early stages. He'll be first to tick off the opening 4 laps, the first kilometre, and will record a second fastest time, 1:11.055. It's Castagnaro of Italy who rode the fastest opening 4 kilometres, but of course he paid the price in the later stages and couldn't quite bring it through to the line with the fastest time. But this is a reasonable pace of Van Forsage of Denmark, and during the United States, 1:14.970. Well, he's only 9th fastest after the first kilometre. And you can see the differential here as the Dane continues to make ground on his American opponent. So During, of course, will, as all the riders, will be riding to a schedule to make sure he gets the very best out of the effort he's putting in to this ride, but he's aware that the ever-looming shadow of his opponent here, Kasper von Forsage of Denmark, is set to overhaul him relatively shortly. They'll be reaching the halfway point very soon. And it's von Forsage who will reach that point in the back straight. He's not quite made the catch, but it's inevitable now. During being put to the sword here by the Danish rider who makes the pass cleanly through. Now During needs to drop the regulation distance behind, which he does. It's as much due to the pace of the Dane as the American rider throttling back slightly, doing all he can here to stay in contention. He's fourth fastest Touring of the United States, even though he has been overhauled by his opponent. But meanwhile, Van Forsage of Denmark is now recording the fastest time at the halfway point, 2:14.178. That is comfortably the fastest pace we've seen so far for the first half of this 16-lap pursuit. So if you can maintain this one, you could see a rejigging of the classification as Casper van Forsage. Not shone yet in the Omnium, but maybe this is the event where he will make his mark. This is a good ride at the moment from the Dane. 1 kilometre to go. He of course needs to keep it going. 3:17.016. 12 seconds faster than his nearest opponent at that point. Van Forsage of Denmark. Meanwhile, Touring of the United States, 3:28.726. So although he's being caught and passed by Van Forsage, the American rider is still second fastest as we go into the final kilometre. But it's certainly been a good ride here by Casper van Forsage of Denmark. Must be beginning to feel it a little bit now as we come down to the final 500 metres. Bell for the Dane in the back straight, encouraged on by his coach. He'll be pleased with this performance from his charge as Casper van Forsage of Denmark is within half a lap of recording the fastest qualification time in this round of the Omnium so far. 4:27.02. Well, that has eclipsed everybody else. What a ride by the Dane there, Casper van Forsage. He certainly is a pursuit specialist. You have to judge from that performance. 4:27.02. And Touring of the United States comes home in 4:42.33. That's good enough for second place, even though he was caught and passed by his Danish opponent. So Casper van Forsage has laid down the marker for the rest of the teams and the riders to try and beat. So British Cycling is selling membership and have a special offer for new members who join today. For a £28 annual ride membership, you'll also receive a British Cycling goodie bag worth £20, which includes a GB Cycling Team water bottle, a British Cycling mug and much more. So visit the membership team in the shop on the concourse adjacent to the Reg Harris statue for more information and to join up today to British Cycling. So the next heat is underway. It's Olivier Beer of Switzerland, who started in the home straight, and Ertem Zakharov of Kazakhstan, his opponent, who started in the back straight. Both riders on top of the gear now, settling into the rhythm. That's a phenomenal target that was set by Casper van Forsage in the previous heat. 4:20.702. Be a disgraceful time in an individual pursuit competition proper, let alone as part of an Omnium. And that certainly is the marker the other riders will have to try and aim for. Nearest challenger at the moment is Touring of the United States. As I mentioned in commentary, even though he was caught and passed, still posting the second fastest time, 4:42.33. And the time for Kreminski of the Ukraine, 4:43.96. Those are the top three at the moment. Well, Beer of Switzerland, a rider who started here in the home straight, has had 2 9th place finishes so far, with the flying lap and the point race, and scored a 10th place finish in the elimination. Meanwhile, Zakharov of Kazakhstan, he finished 9th in the elimination, 11th in the points and 12th in the flying lap, however picking up a warning along the way. That's a score against his name, and that warning received from our race officials. If a rider receives a second warning in any competition, then it's end of the game, I'm afraid. So Zakharov here needs to be mindful of his conduct in the remaining 3 events here: the individual pursuit, the scratch race, and of course the time trial, which will be the decider to bring to the podium later this evening the medalists for the men's Omnium. So the opening kilometre from Olivier Beer of Switzerland is faster than Van Volschak at that point. Now, Van Volschak, remember, didn't start remarkably quickly, but really did rip up the pace in the second half of his pursuit. In fact, Van Volschak was only 4th after the opening kilometre, so this is an interesting guide. At the halfway point, the fortune has swung in favour of Zakharov of Kazakhstan. He started in the back straight. He now is posting 2:13.674. That is the fastest time at the halfway point, almost 2/3 of a second ahead of the pace of Van Volschak at the same mark. Beer 2:15.861, 3rd fastest. And the Kazakhstan rider here, Zakharov, certainly doing the better ride as this pursuit progresses. He'll almost be in the same straight as his opponent, with just shy of a kilometre to go. So that marker laid down by Van Volschak is being taken up here by Zakharov of Kazakhstan. Be interested to compare his time with a kilometre to go against that of the current leader. The rider in the blue and yellow colours of Kazakhstan will reach his starting station now, and at 3:18.017, so he's dropped behind the pace of Van Volschak. It was a very fast finish from the Dane. He built the momentum from the halfway point and really carried it through to the line. Beer, meanwhile, of Switzerland, 3:25.244, good enough for 3rd place. The catch is about to happen as they go down the back straight, and Zakharov overhauls Beer. It'll be just 500 metres remaining for the Kazakh rider when he gets to the back straight this time. These two lying at 9th and 10th in the Omnium at this stage of the competition. Zakharov will have done himself a favour at the moment in the classification. He's still running 2nd fastest as we head towards the finish line. The bell for the Kazakh rider in the back straight. And Beer will hear a similar tone when he reaches the home straight, but of course he's behind the pace of his opponent. So Zakharov will take the win in this exchange, but can he better the time of Van Volschak? We'll find out when he reaches the line in the back straight now. And the answer to that is no. He's only 2nd fastest, 4:25.354, so losing 5 seconds to Van Volschak in the final kilometre and a half. But Zakharov takes the moral victory here ahead of Beer, who finishes in 4:34.353. So the top positions now: Van Volschak of Denmark is the leader on 4:27.02. Zakharov, through that ride, moves up into 2nd place, 4:25.354. And Beer of Switzerland, well, he's coming on to 3rd spot with 4:34.353. 5 more heats to go. So the next heat, heat number 7, starting in the home straight. The rider who lies 7th in the Omnium competition at the moment, from Great Britain, Jonathan Dibben. And in the back straight, representing Belarus, it's Raman Shishku.
Start of the fourth discipline then, the 4,000 metre individual pursuit. And just to reiterate the competitors, Jonathan Dibben of Great Britain, starting in the home straight, who is currently 7th overall in the standings. His opponent is Tsiitsku of Belarus, who is currently 8th. Now, Jonathan Dibben was 5th in the individual pursuit discipline at the World Championships in Minsk earlier this year, and he stopped the clock on 4:28.674. But you've seen an absolute world-class individual pursuiting time in this competition already, and that of course is from Van Fulsak of Denmark. A 4:20.7 is a brilliant time. We've got the individual pursuit competition for the men still to come, and it'll be interesting to see how many of the competitors who are just focusing purely on that will beat that time. It's very impressive. He did some 1-3 kilometres along the way to achieve that, and that underlines just how fast he has gone. Fulsak of Denmark, the current leader. So Jonathan Dibben opens up with a 1:09 here. Now, as a mark, let me just tell you that 1:09 is over a second quicker than Van Fulsak of Denmark, who stopped the clock on 4:20.7. So Jonathan Dibben of Great Britain, with a little bit of support here from the crowd, might just put a serious marker down here. He's already closing down significantly on his opponent, the rider from Belarus, that's Tsiitsku, Raman Shishku. And that's enabling him, of course, to establish the very good tempo. Midway point for Fulsak was 2:14.178, but Zakharov actually was quicker from Kazakhstan, who eventually ended up second at 4:25. Here we are. Midway point for Dibben, third fastest for the 2,000 metres on 2:14.214. So Jonathan Dibben so far in the competition was 5th in the flying lap, 8th in the points race and 12th in the elimination. Nice, smooth, economical pedalling style by Dibben. Slowly but surely chipping away at the distance that separates him from his opponent, Tsiitsku of Belarus. 3 more heats to go after this. Dibben rising to the challenge. Looks like he's going to pick him up in the final kilometre. In fact, he's going to make the catch now in the back straight. There we are then, Dibben overhauls Tsiitsku of Belarus, and it'll be 1 kilometre to go then for the Brit. Still lying third of the pursuiters that have gone, 3:19.076. A medal position for Dibben is within his reach. It all depends on the final 2 disciplines to come. That's the points race. And of course he's got the kilometre time trial. The scratch race, I should say. We've had the points race. The scratch race, the penultimate discipline. It'll be the bell this time then for Jonathan Dibben of Great Britain. So the time from Van Fulsak, a world class time of 4:20.7 is out of reach for Dibben, but He's been running on the second and third fastest times. Let's have a look at it. 4:25.396 for Dibben. He finishes third of the pursuiters so far. Same time virtually as Zakharov, who's second on 4:25.354. But that world-class time by Von Fulsack sits there still at the top of the board of 4:20.702. 6 more competitors to face the challenge of the 4,000 metre pursuit in the concluding 3 heats.
So while we bring the riders to the track for the next heat, let me just quickly tell you, if you'd like to win yourself a signed Adidas GB Cycling Team jersey, you can do so at the British Cycling Shop today. It's located on the concourse above corner 4, right next to the statue of Reg Harris statue, I should say. So you can not only win that, but also have a signed and frame photos of athletes to give away. So if you'd like to enter that competition, it's open to both members and non-members in the British Cycling Shop. Go and pay them a visit on the concourse. Three heats to go. Heat number 8. Thomas Boudat of France will start in the home straight, and his opponent from Australia in the back straight is Luke Davison.
Boudat of France starting in the home straight, currently lying 5th overall in the competition, 15th in the flying lap, and the last 2 appearances on the track he's finished in first position, the points race and the elimination contest. His opponent, just 1 place lower, is currently 6th, Luke Davison. And Davison started off pretty smartly by winning the flying lap, but then he dipped off rather badly for a 14th in the points, but then rallied for a 5th in the elimination. So they're 5th and 6th overall after the first 3. I'm still marvelling at that time by Von Fulsack. A brilliant display of individual pursuiting. The second kilometre was a 1:3, and the third kilometre was actually a 1:2, a long 1:2, and the final kilometre closed out with a 1:3 again. Sensational pursuiting by Von Fulsack, while he sits right at the top of the pile on 4:20.7. Now then, it's a good start here by Luke Davison, the Australian. He's already making inroads into the distance between him and the Frenchman, and that's the fastest opening kilometre we've had so far. It's a 1:08.5. So that's quick. That is quick. Davison now, can he capitalise on that fast opening kilometre of 1:08? Fulsack was at the 2,000 metre mark in 2:14.1. So has the Australian got the firepower to challenge the Dane? We'll get the 2,000 metre split at the end of this lap. Well, it looked as though he was going to close right down, didn't he, on Boudat, but Boudat's still holding him off. He's the 2,000 metre mark. 2:14.624, so he's slowing now. He's got the 4th quickest midway point time. Boudat at the moment on 2:19 is currently lying 6th. Remember, the Omnium's all about amassing the least amount of points over the 6 disciplines. 1 for the win, right down to 19 in this case with the competitors, and whoever has the least points after the 6 events, of course, is crowned the king of the Omnium. Good scrap between these two. Boudat digging deep, trying to hold off the Australian. There's a matter of interest when Aaron Gate won the world title earlier this year in Minsk. The New Zealander posted 4:21 for the 4,000 metres. As we see Davidson coming up then to the three-quarter mark. He's still lying fourth, 3:20.381. So he's roughly 3 seconds slower than the Dane, von Fulsack. Final kilometre. Proving quite tough, isn't it, to try and bridge to the Frenchman. He's got him pegged at about 25 metres. Slowly but surely he's getting closer, and this is enabling him to raise his game in the closing stages. Final lap then for Davison. And now the bell for Boudat of France, who's stubbornly trying to stop the Australian catching him. He wants to avoid the ignominy of being overhauled, and he's going to do that because Davidson now finishes. And he finishes in 4:24.646. That's the second quickest time of the series by the Australian. And Boudat stops the clock in 4:32.311 for fifth position.
So whilst we prepare the next heat, let me just check out with you, if you're enjoying the action here today, and who wouldn't be, the cream of the world's track cyclists, let me tell you we've got more international cycling action here in Manchester. Back in April of next year, we have the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup taking place from the 18th to the 19th of April, right here in the BMX Centre, the National Cycling Centre. You can buy your tickets here today at the Ticketmaster box office at the main spectator entrance. And check out more details on the website at bmxsuperx.com. So the penultimate heat, starting in the home straight, is the world champion for the Omnium, taking that title in Minsk, Belarus earlier this year, Aaron Gate of New Zealand. And his opponent in the back straight from Spain, Unai Elorriaga.
World champion rolls away here in the start from the finish straight. His opponent in the back straight from Spain, Elorriaga. Classification positions for them after the 3 events that have been completed. Gate is third, Elorriaga is fourth. 4 points between them. Gate has 12, Elorriaga has 16. Now, Aaron Gate, as I was saying a little earlier, was the winner of the pursuit at the World Championships with a 4:21.6. Now, if he could replicate that position, he would pop himself into second spot with 1 more heat to go, and that would help with his points tally significantly. Elorriaga was 5th in the World Championships in Minsk. He went sub 4:30, so he's a good, talented all-rounder. First kilometre, it's a 1:08.9 by gate. That's the second quickest opening 4 laps we've had. Only Davison of Australia has gone a tad quicker. Pretty evenly matched at this stage, these competitors. Gate with the upper hand. Good history over the years in the Omnium World Championships, the Kiwis. It's one that made its first appearance in Mallorca in 2007. And Aidan Godfrey was the winner in 2008 on this very track. And then Aaron Gate, who we're looking at, became the second Kiwi to win the stripes for the Omnium. Shane Archibald went close in Apeldoorn in 2011 when he finished second to Michael Freeberg of Austria. Of Australia, I should say. Australia have had good success as well. They've had Glenn O'Shea, the champion in 2012, Lee Howard in 2009. And of course, Great Britain have had the world champion for this in Ballarat in 2010 with the great Ed Clancy. Clancy, of course, concentrating on other events at the moment. But he did get a bronze in the Omnium in London at the Olympics. Now then, Gate has gone through the 2,000 metre mark with the fastest time of the day, even quicker than Von Fulsack. So 2:13.5 is almost 0.6 of a second faster than the day, and if he can maintain that, he'd be close to going inside 4:20. Now then, has he still got some power in the tank? Good riding here by the world champion Gate. I thought the 4:20.7 was out of reach for everybody, but at the midway point, Gate has got other ideas. If you can sight the Spaniard, he's just about coming into the straight off the corner as the Spaniard El Orago is going out of that same straight. He just needs to get the glimpse of him, and then that could be the spur. 3:19, no, he slipped back a little bit. That second kilometre, he asked too much of himself, and he slipped back to fourth now, 3:19.2. And remember, they've still got the scratch race and the kilometre time trial to come. Going to get the bell this time then, the world champion, Aaron Gate from New Zealand. 15 laps under the wheels, 1 to go. Desperately anxious here to do a good time, just to keep that points tally low. Remember, you're in charge of the delivery here, not like a scratch race, which is a lottery. Here he comes, and a valiant effort in the end by the Spaniard, close right down. Gate takes it. He certainly died over the closing kilometre. Aaron Gate closing out on 4:28.13 to give him 5th spot, and El Oriaga going 4:28 as well for 6th position.
So the final heat in this men's Omnium individual pursuit is the riders who lie in first and second place in the Omnium competition overall after the preceding disciplines. So for Belgium in the home straight, the current leader is Jasper de Boist, and in the back straight from the Netherlands, his opponent is Tim Veld.
De Bois starting in the home straight, 4 points clear of Tim Veld after the three disciplines. Consistency from De Bois, the Belgium, a third in the flying lap, second in the points race, second in the elimination. And De Bois was seventh in the World Championships earlier this year, and his Dutch opponent Tim Veld just one place lower. So this one of the weaker disciplines for De Boist. He went 4:31 at the World Champs, and so did Tim Veld. So that time here would give them round about the sixth finishing position. We'll get an idea of the kind of schedule they're on here after this first kilometre. Not much to choose between them on paper. And it's actually Boyce that goes through in a 1:10 for the sixth best kilometre time so far. And Veld just one place lower. So that underlines just how evenly matched these two are. It's 4/100ths of a second separating them at that first kilometre split. Coming back then to the midway point now. This is the completion of 8 laps. Well, they've slipped down one place in the classification, but they're only separated by one place. 8th then for De Boist at the midway point, and 9th for Veld. So Fulsag, who's going to win this pursuit, started on 38 points, so his tally's going to go up to 39. It's not going to affect the top positions. Aaron Gate at the moment lying 5th, and he's got 12 points, going to make him a tally of 17. If they kept the positions they've got at the moment, De Boist would add 8 to his 7, which would give him 15, so he would still be in the lead with 2 more disciplines to go. Well, they've moved up again. So De Boist 7th quickest at the 3,000 metre mark, and Veld pursuing him very strongly, 1 second slower, 8th. They're into the final kilometre, the 2 concluding competitors in the Omnium for the individual pursuit. They just need to give it all now in this final 4 laps, because this of course can underpin the points that can secure the positions that going forward into the last 2 can put them on the podium. Going to take some shaking off, these two. Both very consistent, both backing up their previous performances well. Going to be the bell this time. Oh, still very close, isn't it? A ding-dong contest between these two. De Boist in the back straight, Velt in the home straight. They finish in the opposite straights. Here they come then, De Boist burying himself to try and get the better of Velt, and Velt from Holland's going to get it. Velt takes it. Final burst then down the concluding lap gives him victory, and 5th position here in the Omnium, 4:27.780, and that takes his tally of points up to 16. And for his opponent, good riding by him also. De Boist 7th, 4:28.259, takes his tally to 14. Oh, it's going to go right down to the wire, this.
So just before we get ready for the next competition on the track, an important announcement please for our spectators in particular. For your own safety and the safety of the athletes, could we ask you please not to place any items or drinks on the barrier surrounding the track. Thank you for your cooperation. So we return now to the women's Omnium competition. This is the second discipline. Of course, we started with the flying lap at the start of competition today. We now move into the women's Omnium point race. It's contested over 80 laps of the track. That's 20 kilometres of racing, with 8 sprints to be contested along the way. 16 riders taking the start in the women's Omnium point race.
So as Cole said, the points race will be run over 80 laps, 8 sprints, and you know the drill. It's 5 for the win, 3 for second, 2 for third, 1 for fourth, and of course there's always the incentive of the 20-point bonus for gaining the lap. Overall leader after the 1 lap time trial is Carlton from Canada. Canadians being coached by the new Canadian coach Craig Griffin, who came from the USA, paracycling actually. back in August. And he's doing a good job from what I've seen here. So currently second, it's Berton of France, Edmondson of Australia lying third. And just for the record, the Olympic champion Laura Trott at the moment is sixth after the opening time trial. Bit of a sedate start here, nobody too eager to raise the pace. Things will soon start to hot up when we get near to that first sprint. Areola of Mexico sitting at the back. Super aggression last night in the distance event for the women. Saw her gain the lap first, and then others achieved the same feat, but then of course she got squeezed out and didn't qualify for a medal. Wojtyra of Poland was the victor, clinching the gold medal. And that came in the scratch race last night. Now then, what can Wojtyra do in the points? 76 to go. Very pedestrian pace at the moment. Five to go to sprint number one. Nobody wants to show their hand, do they? Having said that, looks like we're just getting a little tickle on the pace here from the rider from Japan. This is Sukagoshi. Yeah, Sukagoshi has gone clear from Japan, the first rider with any serious intent of raising the pace here. 11th after the time trial round, Sukagoshi, and she's established quite a nice lead. Wojtyra of Poland reacts at the front of the peloton, and also Julian de Heer of Belgium. That's a good move there by the Japanese competitor. She may well just hold them off, pick herself up a useful 5 points. Sukagoshi then coming round. Now then, dare we ask ourselves the question, could she pick up a lap? It'd be a sneaky one, wouldn't it? The peloton don't seem bothered. 20-point bonus at stake here, folks, if she could do it. It's looking as though it's within her compass. I tell you, 1 lap to go for the sprint. She's going to get the 5. Oh, what a sneaky little move. Profiting from the fact that the peloton aren't interested. They are now. Okay, the charge begins from behind. The 5 points, chalk it up, goes to Sukagoshi of Japan. The 5 has been claimed by her. They come down the finishing straight for the... Oh, it was a good one, wasn't it? So, second place then going to Solovay of Ukraine, and third going to De Heer of Belgium. We'll tidy up the 4th in a moment. De Heer 4th overall in the contest after the time trial round. Looked like the Australian was up in the mix as well. Carlton, it was in fact of Canada, that picked up the 1 for 4th position. Beginning to fall back a little bit now due to that big input of pace from Sukagoshi from Japan. Paying the price a little bit, but she's picked herself up a very useful 5 points. Now then, Mexico providing us with the animator now. This is Areola. Areola deciding she's going to take it on from the front, and Laura Trott sits right in the wheel of Areola. They're all over Trotty like a rash, aren't they? Every time she makes a move, she gets checked out. Bit of a chess on wheels scenario this. Somebody tries to go and the move is checked straight away. Carlton of Canada swings up, and still we've got out there dangling off the front the winner of the first sprint, and that's Tsukagoshi. Final event on day one of the women's Omnium will be the elimination race. That'll tidy up the proceedings for today. And that takes place, well, around about 25 minutes past 10 tonight. So it's a long day for the Omnium riders. Three to go to the second sprint. Yep. The breakaway rider is now being swept up as Newell of USA takes it on, being chased down by Carlton of Canada. And we're only 2 away then from sprint 2, and the pace is beginning to lick up a little bit here now. Newell of USA, followed by Carlton of Canada, and right up there as well is Masukovic of Belarus. So Masiukovic swings up, and all of a sudden we're finding the rider from Spain comes to the front, Olavarria. 36 years of age, Olavarria, who won that bronze medal in Beijing for the points race. So she's a good points race rider, Olavarria, who comes from the Basque Country. But right up onto her shoulder is Carlton of Canada. But Olavarria digs deep in the well of the track here. She's not going to surrender the front. She wants the 5 points. Here she comes. Olavarria takes the 5 points. And in second spot, it was the Italian Cucinotta, and the rider from France getting third. We'll confirm that, but the rider from France was crossing the line in third position there. That's Berton. Yep, and fourth place was Carlton. So Carlton's having a good steady start here, picking up points, but already now we've got a little break beginning to develop off the front. And you might ask yourself who it is. It's the Olympic champion, Laura Trott. Trott then begins to ignite the burners here. She's pouring on the coals at the front, and all of a sudden we've got a trio of riders that are going clear. The move instigated by Trott, and a sudden murmur around the audience as they encourage her. Also going along with her at the moment, trying to distance themselves, is Balabalina of Russia. Nobody seems to have the strength to match her, though. Trott swings up. It was just a little bit of a shot across the bows there, just to remind the riders that she's there and ready to do business anytime. She'll take on anybody. So one break is caught and another one forms immediately. Berton of France on the attack again here, and she's got Areola of Mexico with her. 2 points already scored by Berton. She's lying fifth. Areola yet to open her account. And the Japanese rider who picked up the 5 initially has just lost a lap. So she's minus 20 from the lap. Take away the 5, so she's trailing by 15 points. There's the standings for you at the moment. Olavarria is leading from Cucinotta from Italy and Solivi of Uruguay. Two to go to the next sprint. There it is, the bell signalling the start of the sprint lap. It's Berton of France leading Areola of Mexico. was either Areola or Berton. We'll wait for the picture to sort that one out. Laura Trott gets the 2 for third, and the Belgian De Her picks up the 1 for fourth. The result for you on the board. Berton of France getting the 5, and that's done her a power of good because it's elevated her to the leading position now. 48 more laps to go. She's got 7, 2 more than Olabarria of Spain, and De Her is equal third along with the Italian Cicinota and Solovay of Ukraine, and Areola actually. So Laura Trott's just got 2 at the moment, but stand by for some fireworks. She'll get involved in the mix very, very shortly. Now the Americans on the attack here. This is Newell. Newell trying to go away, chase down the leading 2. Trott swings up. She's got no allies there in the field. Now the American trying to bridge up to the leaders. And the Japanese competitor here, Tsukagoshi, who got that first 5 points, is really taking a packet now. Coming down off the track here, looks like she might even retire. Yep, Newell has bridged, so we've now got 3 riders clear. This is dangerous. Nice little size group to share the workload evenly. Give them the opportunity to try and gain the lap. Just over half a lap the advantage, and right on the head of the peloton that are just crawling around actually is Carlton from Canada. They're going to do it. Here they come. The junction is going to be made. That's a lap gain then by those 3 riders. 20-point bonus. They go right to the top of the leaderboard, and we've got 2 more laps to go to the next sprint. An attack immediately off the front to the peloton here, and that's from Trebeti of Lithuania. There are the standings. Berton of France leads 27, 4-point cushion over Areola of Mexico. Third, Newell of USA on 20. Now then, Trotty's got some work to do here if she wants to get on even terms with those 3. Okay, here's the sprint to the line. 5 points going to Trebeti. Oh yes, good stuff by Trott. She gets the 3 for second. So she's doing it the hard way by picking up points in every sprint. Can be very, very tiring. Result of the last sprint. Trebeti of Lithuania gets the 5. Trott of Great Britain the 3. Carlton of Canada the 2. And Cicinota of Italy gets the 1.
Italian.
So Cicinota of Italy just getting that stray 1 for 4th, and all of a sudden we've got a big lull in the action again. Playing nicely into the hands of the trio that have just gained the lap. 37 more laps to go. Wojtyra of Poland on the front. Well, the Italian Cicinota actually was a World Junior Scratch Race champion back in 2004. But now she's putting herself about a little bit in the points race. 5 to go, the next sprint. The Canadian is always there, lurking near the front. Well, the upper part of the track is certainly getting plenty of use here in this points race. Nobody wants to show their hand, do they, and commit themselves. We've had 1 or 2 minor skirmishes. And of course the big one from the 3 that have profited by gaining the lap. De Heur of Belgium just sitting right near the business end of the peloton. 4th at the moment after the 1 lap time trial. Olavarria of Spain just looking for a passage down the inside there, moving up, but it's the Australian that's got the front position, Edmondson. Edmondson and Trott then slugging it out at the front and trying to get into the action underneath is Olavarria of Spain. This is sprint number 5. Here comes Trott trying to come down the outside of Edmondson. Edmondson leading it out, and Trott with a big, fast injection of pace trying to get up onto the side of Edmondson, but she won't do it. Edmondson takes it. Olavarria second. Trott looked as though she just about nailed 3rd there. Result coming up. Yep, Edmondson did get the 5 from Olavarria, Trott 3rd, and Ciucinotta of Italy getting the 1 for 4th. Well, they're trying valiantly to try and get closer to the 3 that gained the lap, but when you pick up a 20-point bonus, that certainly the hard way of doing it, by just trying to erase the deficit by clinching points in each sprint. 28 more laps to go. 3 more sprints to decide this. Watch Tira now comes to the front with De Heur of Belgium. And once again getting involved in the mix is the American, that's Newell. Now Newell's 3rd overall on 20, so the other 2, Bairton and Ariola, will not allow her to go. Yep, Newell again. Well, effervescent riding here by the American. Exuding power, speed and determination. Newell again goes away. De Heur of Belgium sees her go and joins her. Laura Trott has ended up marooned in the peloton again, as Ariola of Mexico now comes to the front of the bunch to try and bridge. Also going through there is Masiukovic of Belarus, who is 2nd at the moment in the wheel of the Mexican Ariola. Two to go for the next sprint. And Laura Trott is actually in the 3rd group on the road here. Well, 2nd as the 2 have now been pulled back. Ciucinotta is in the wheel of Trott. And there's an attack on the front here from the Canadian, Carlton. It'll be the bell this time for the next sprint. Carlton of Canada leading it out. Solovay of Ukraine is in 2nd position, but Carlton of Canada looks to have speed to spare here. She's washed the opposition away. Carlton takes it from Solovay. 3rd was Masikovic of Belarus, and in the 5th position it was De Her of Belgium. So what it means now then, with 19 laps remaining and 2 sprints to go, Berton of France is tying with Areola of Mexico. They've both got 25 each. 3rd is Newell of USA on 20. So it's a real scrap between these two, isn't it? Berton and Areola, and whoever wins, of course, will get 1 point to carry forward in their standings. And Berton was 2nd in the time trial, so consistency here is beginning to reflect strongly from the French rider. Four kilometres left. Well, the rest of the field are now running out of distance to try and erase the lap advantage that the three have gained, Newell and Areola and Berton. So it's going to be all about trying to get more valuable points to give them a reasonable finishing position behind the top 3 to be carried forward. Wojciech of Poland sits right there at the front. Distance slowly coming down. So it'll be interesting to see whether Berton of France and Areola of Mexico get involved in this one to try and separate them. They are on 25 each. De Her of Belgium looks as though she wants to get involved. And Berton of France is near the front here. And so is Areola, a little bit further back, but Berton has got the better run for the line, sitting in the wheel of the rider from Ukraine who's leading her out. Here we go, and Berton immediately comes to the front. Edmondson of Australia tries to tuck into the wheel of Berton, and right at the front here from Spain it's Oliveira leading it out from Spain, and Berton of France is coming through as well. Whoa, very close on the line. It looked like Oliveira from Berton of France, Edmondson getting 3rd. Well, that will distance herself now from Areola. Berton will have now clearly established herself in the lead with 1 sprint to go. And if that's the case, it means that she could add a victory to the 2nd she got in the time trial. Very consistent. It was Ciucinotta of Italy that picked up the 1, just behind the Aussie. 8 to go. Well, a late attempt here then to try and pick up a lap, but they're going to run out of distance. Trebate is involved in this little group, who is currently 10th with 5 points. De Her of Belgium's there. De Her of Belgium's 11th on 4 points. And the other member of this trio from Russia is Balabalina. None of these are serious contestants for the top positions. Balabalina, in fact, hasn't scored a point so far. And if it remains like this with just 1 point left for the peloton, it means that Berton will be the winner from France. Ariola, who is currently second, the Mexican, quite happy to pull the peloton along. But this latest configuration, the fact that we've got the three nearly half a lap up, as I said, means that, thank you very much, it's gifting the victory to the Frenchwoman. Only 1 point available for the peloton. Olavarria comes to the front. She decides she wants to try and chase them down. She's fourth in the race on 13 points, Olavarria. She left it the way it is. She couldn't be overtaken for fourth, and she can't bridge to the third because she's 7 points better. So just leave it as it is. This is it, the final lap. And it's De Her of Belgium that's looking for the 5. That's going to lift her right up to 5th in the contest. Useful 5. Trott leads out from the peloton. De Her takes it on the line as Trott comes through to win the bunch sprint. Yes, just ahead of Edmondson. Let me just clean up that final sprint. But Berton wins the points race, so she gets the valuable 1. Carl will tidy that up for me in a moment. Let me just convert that final sprint for you. Yep, the last sprint taken by De Her of Belgium. From Balabalina of Russia, Trebeti Lithuania gets the 2, and Trott picks up the 1. So it's a victory for the Frenchwoman, Berton, in the points race.
Second place, of course, going to Ariola of Mexico on 25. Newell of the United States finishes third with 20 points. And Olavarria of Spain on 13 is fourth. So that's the conclusion of the points race element of the women's Omnium. And we'll return to that competition a little later in the day. So the action in the women's sprint competition resumes now. We're at the quarter-final stage, best of three, and this is the second match. It's Anna Mears of the JCO AIS team from Australia taking on Virginie Queff of France, and it was Mears who won the first match.
Well, Quiff really has got a mountain to climb here to try and take this to a decider. Mears is, well, in very, very good form indeed. It was just at the far end of Sunshine Boulevard, actually, in Adelaide, where the cycling centre of Australia is. She rides with so much confidence. Mears it is then taking it on from the front. Now then, what can Quiff do? Can she offer a challenge? Well, the answer is yes, but now then, can she get round the Australian? That's the problem. And the answer is no. So Mears wins 2-0 straight and goes forward to the semi-finals.
And the losers in each of these quarter-final heats, they'll contest a minor final for 5th through to 8th place. So on to heat number 2. The riders taking the start here on the outside of the track, wearing race number 188, the British competitor Jessica Varnish. And her opponent from Germany, number 202 on the inside, Christina Vogel. Vogel it was who took first blood in this potential best of 3.
Well, no doubt Coach Ian Dye will have been having a talk to Jess Varnish about how they're going to tactically tackle this one. Varnish has got to win it to take it to a decider. Well, a move down the inside there by the British sprint champion. Looks like Varnish is going to try and tap this one on from the front. 500-metre rider, and of course the lead-off rider for the team sprint when she's on form. So probably fancies her chances for a long one here. So Varnish setting herself up for the lead out at the front. Now let's have a look at the attack by Vogel. Yep, Varnish then into the well of the track, but Vogel looks to have the extra speed and overhauls Varnish. Now then, can the British champion come back? It's going to be a victory here then for Vogel. Vogel takes it 2-0 straight and goes into the semi-final.
Heat number 3, and we bring to the track now the World Women's Sprint Champion from Great Britain, starting on the inside, number 185, Becky James. And on the outside, her opponent from the Netherlands, Elise Lichtley.
World champion James one up then after their earlier encounter. Sixth seed James after the time trial round. And Lichtley, the third seed after that opening 200-metre test against the clock. But now it's all about tactics, of course, trying to outmaneuver, outwit your opponent. Well, James, with a cute manoeuvre in race 1, looked for the opportunity when the door opened and went down the inside, and then of course Lichtley couldn't respond, but it looks as though James is going to lead this one out, and the tall, powerful Dutch lady is going to aim at that back wheel, and that's what gives them the impetus and the speed. But the world champion James taking this on now from the front and beginning to now turn the screw here down the back straight. Lichtley looking to try and close her down, but she's going to run out of distance. Yeah, James takes it. Becky James wins 2-0 straight into the semi-final.
So the fourth quarter-final comes to the track, and the rider who took the first victory will start on the inside on this occasion. This is YG Lee of Hong Kong in the red colours, and her opponent on the outside in the white, green and yellow of Australia. Pressure on her to take this to a decider. This is Stephanie Morton of Australia on the outside.
Well, can Morton become the second Australian to get through to the semi-finals? Anna Mears already through, Sweetly in quarter-final number 1. Morton is the 4th seed after the time trial round. Her opponent, Lee YC, just one place lower, 5th. So very evenly matched when it comes to speed against the clock for seeding purposes. Race 1 was very close, and we're not expecting the ingredients of race 2 to be much different. Lee YC still at the front. 26-year-old in from Hong Kong. Asian Games sprint champion in 2012, taking it on then from the front. Now then, the Australian giving herself a little bit of space to work in here, maybe a little bit too much, I would say. Let's take a look at this. This could go to a decider. It will do, without a shadow of a doubt. Victory in race 2 goes to Lee YC of Hong Kong. So we'll have to get those two back on the track for a decider. We won't. In fact, my apologies. What am I saying? That is a victory through straight away. 2-0 straight. My apologies.
So just to confirm, those riders who progress smoothly to the next round, no necessity for any deciders: Anna Mears, Christina Vogel, Rebecca James and YG Lee. You just... So the riders rolling away here are those contesting the semi-finals of the B sprint. And this first heat is contested between Anastasia Voinova of Russia and Tanya Calvo of Spain.
The winners will race for 9th and 10th in the overall competition, and the losers will race for 11th and 12th. Voinova at the front, and Calvo Barbero from Spain sitting second wheel. Well, Voinova still content to lead this one. Now then, is Calvo going to assume second position throughout the whole of the lap? It's a big effort then by the Spaniard, trying to get right up onto the side of Voinova, but Voinova is the stronger at this stage and has got the shorter run to the line. Right inside that sprinter's channel. Here she comes. Voinova's going to take it. Yep, Voinova wins comfortably.
So the second semi-final in the women's B sprint. Remember, the winners will contest 9th and 10th, and the losers 11th and 12th a little later. So the two starters here on the inside from Russia is Olga Streltsova, and her opponent just being wheeled into position on the outside, number 149, representing China, Jingjing Shi.
Well, we've had one Russian victory here at this stage of the B sprint competition. That was Voinova. Now then, what can Streltsova do here against Shi of China. Well, Stretsova looks as though she's quite prepared to take this one on. Having said that, the door opened, didn't it? And Jingling Shi of China said, thank you. I'll take that from position. And now Shi is leading it out. But here comes the response immediately from Stretsova of Russia. Now they're shoulder to shoulder. It's all about a battle of strength. Shi digging deep into the well of the track here, trying to hold off the challenge, and Shi does it. So Jingling Shi wins heat number 2 of the B Sprint semi-final.
So the whole lineup for the B Sprint finals for 9th and 10th place will be Anastasia Voinova of Russia and Jingling Shi of China. And 11th and 12th place will be contested between Tanya Calvo of Spain and Olga Streltsova of Russia. Well, you can catch the rest of the Track World Cup action on the BBC Red button tonight from 8 o'clock, from 6 o'clock I should say, and live on BBC Two tomorrow afternoon from 20 past 2.
So we are about to have the second event of the men's Omnium, which is a scratch race. You'll notice that they will line themselves up here, some down by the edge of the track on the inside, and the others will hold on to the rail, and we've already got some lining up there. They basically position themselves because there's too many people to start all in one place. Had a lot of talk about where riders start and where they are drawn. Well, it's the same sort of system. Some are drawn along the rail, some are drawn along the inside as well. We're giving you an opportunity to see just how close you can get to that now. But these guys are the lucky guys. These are the guys who've got the best seats in the house, and they get to sit right by the start when it happens.
So, as Hugh just mentioned, this is the men's Omnium competition. This is the fifth element of it. Of course, this competition began yesterday with the flying lap, and this is the penultimate discipline to be contested, the scratch race, run off over 60 laps of the track. That's 15 kilometres of racing. 19 riders lining up here for the start. Just to remind you, the top three in the Omnium going into this on 14 points, Jesper de Boist of Belgium on 16 points. So behind him in second place, Tim Velt of the Netherlands, and lying third with 18 points, the world Omnium champion, Aaron Gate of New Zealand. So it's all to play for still at the top of the classification, and this is the next element in the men's Omnium, the scratch race.
So here's the rollout. It's the second event of day 2 in the Omnium for these boys. They've already been on duty in the 4,000 metre individual pursuit. And now it's the straight 60-lap scratch race. Tim Belt sits at the front, well, momentarily anyway. Currently second, as Carl said, overall. He's got 16 points, just 2 shy of the lead of the Belgian, Jesper de Boist. One or two tired legs in that peloton. The first few laps give them an opportunity just to move a bit of the lactic before the pressure gets applied. They will have been spinning on the rollers, of course, and probably had a little tickle up from the masseur, but it's always those first few revs, getting the gear moving, that just gives you the wake-up call. And they are awake, because we've got the first attack on. Didn't take long, did it? Well, it was just a tease, wasn't it? A little probing move from Zakharov of Kazakhstan. Gate, the world champion, decides he's going to inject pace. And so does de Boist of Belgium. And Jesper de Boist was actually the national junior road race champion of Belgium back in 2010. Well, Jonathan Dibben showing his hand a little bit here near the front. Had a great ride in the World Junior Road Champs last year in Holland, where he got 5th. on that tough course that ascends the cow berg every lap in Valkenburg. Good all-rounder, Dibben. A purple year for him in 2012 as a junior. Got a silver in the World Championships on the track in Invercargill as well. Now an attack by Beer of Switzerland, immediately covered by the world champion Aaron Gate. So it's Gate going away with Beer, and the third member of this trio with the slight advantage is Tsietsku of Belarus. Nice move. Remember, if you gain that lap, it's wherever you finish in the peloton that will gain you the finishing position. Elordiaga of Spain comes to the head. Just wondering how the Dane feels, Von Fulsack, after that storming 4:20 in the pursuit. Have to keep an eye on him, but it looks to be riding well at the moment. Second in line as the peloton come into the finishing straight. In fact, he's on the lead now. And this is a handy little move by these three. Dibben comes to the front of the peloton, not prepared to do the chasing. I don't blame him. Let the others do it. Jonathan Dibben at the moment 7th overall in the standings. No distance of any hemorrhaging at the back of the peloton. They're all clinging tightly together, and the three persist with a half a lap advantage. Aaron Gate, the world champion. Beer of Switzerland, and the other member is Tsietsku of Belarus. Well, all of a sudden there's a little bit of excitement developing here. Jonathan Dibben's trying to get away. Dibben of Great Britain then. Obviously got the good legs on here. Has gone clear in this little group. And the field is fragmented significantly here. Stretched out, aren't they? Elordiaga of Spain just takes over the pace setting and brings them all back together. So the field reassemble with Gate just there near the front in the stripes, the world champion. Third of the distance covered. Well, leaves me wondering about how his legs were feeling after that blistering pursuit. He's having a go here, Van Fulsack of Denmark. Look at this, got his head down again in that crouching style, and he's on the attack again. He's 10th overall, and there's 5 riders then going away here. They won't be given much leeway though, because you'll watch that the 2 leaders, that's De Boyce and Velt, will be eager to try and contain any moves and take this down to the decider. That's the kilometre. What is it, about 20 metres, and Velt's on the front. The American comes through to assist him with the pace setting. But they're just dangling there, aren't they, off the front? Fractionally clear. Elordiaga of Spain now once again starts to bring them across. Dibben decides he'll swing up. He doesn't want to apply any pressure, saving it for the closing stages. And so does Tsietsku of Belarus, and they're all assembling, coming back together again with 36 laps to go. Rider from Japan now on the front. This is Guboki. 5 away from the midway point. A couple of riders have been distanced from the back. Still digging deep, trying to limit the gains of the peloton. They could once again come back into the safe haven of the wheels. Looks like they're going to do just that. Yep, all back together. 33 more laps to go. Velt sits at the front. Well, Beer of Switzerland quite keen to try and get clear. He's had a couple of goes already, and once again he makes a move, and we've got a touch of wheels there, and we've got several riders have gone down. The world champion is one of them. Aaron Gate, the world champion, is on the deck here, and so is Luke Davidson, the Australian. Beer is still clear. They're being told to move up the track, the riders. Come on, lads, move up the track for safety. Hasn't been neutralised at the moment. Beer still rolling around. Being told to move up. Beer, and then Fulsack of Denmark. World champion Gates okay. And the leader of the Omnium competition, De Boist, landing on the Côte d'Azur there, but he's up again. His original bike being ridden away there by the coach. The Australian, well, still getting his bike put right. Looks like everybody's happy to resume. And the Frenchman's on the attack already. Boudet of France has gone clear, 26 laps to go. And Jonathan Dibben is chasing him down from Great Britain. And Shitsku of Belarus is trying to chase Dibben down. This seems to be the case every time. And the rider that was distanced off the back before is once again, or has lost ground again, Andre Rybin, and it looks like he's going to get picked up for a lap, which he does. The Frenchman is not continuing, he swings up. We've got 25 to go. Zakharov sits second wheel at the moment. They're all slowly, aren't they, coming across again to make the completion of the bunch as they all come back together. Twenty-two more laps to go. Elorriaga of Spain at the front. Well, De Boist, the Belgian, looks as though he's dismissed that crash. Any problem for him? Would have been a shame to see him lose his position in the contest because of that innocuous fall. Still leading on 14 points, 2 ahead of Velt. Now, which way is the pendulum going to swing in this one? We're inside 20 laps to go, 19 remaining. Well, nobody prepared to fan the flames at the front at the moment. What we need is a good shake of the tree at the front and see what the fallout's going to be like. De Boist at the bat, the current leader of the series, just taking a well-earned breather here.
Is it written in invisible ink?
4 kilometres remaining. Oh, Beer's on the attack again. I tell you what, this rider from Switzerland, he's full of energy. Oliver Beer from Switzerland is still near the front, never far away from the action. Jakob Düring also from USA is there as well. Early positioning for these for the sprint, still a long way to go, 14 more when they hit the line. And Great Britain's Jonathan Dibben is still in the mix. In the line, 6 back. Castagnaro from Italy is the man at the back at the moment in the hot seat. Number 10's had a warning. Andre Rybin. And we've got a retirement. It's him, Andre Rybin, and the board out there that indicates that he has decided to stop. He's capitulated here then in the scratch race with 12 to go. Düring on the front, followed by Gate, followed by Velt, then Beer. Ten to go. Who's going to grab the victory here and move forward the valuable points? Jonathan Dibben comes through to the sharp end of the contest. Attacked by the rider from Japan again. This is Kaboki. Then it's El Uriaga of Spain. El Uriaga just applying a little bit of pressure at the front. 9 to go. Nobody's managed to gain the all-important lap to give them the clear victory. Seven more laps of the track in this, the penultimate discipline in the men's Omnium. Just a kilometre test against the clock left. One of the toughest of all the time trials. They're all watching each other like hawks here. Stand by for the tear-up for the final sprint. Here we go, another attack just beginning to unfold. It's the Danish super pursuiter then, Von Fulsack, that went to the front there, but they didn't continue. 6 when they hit the line this time. Australia now comes through. Luke Davison, one of the crash victims. Beer on the attack again. Wow, this lad from Switzerland, he should get the award for the most aggressive rider. On the attack again, Beer is 11th overall in the contest after the first events with 39 points. Definitely a candidate for the combativity award is Beer, and he really has rifled his intentions for victory very early on here. This is a very, very early strike for home. And I tell you what, it could prove to be fruitful. What about a round of applause for this fella? Half a lap advantage. The question is, can he do it? El Uriaga of Spain is on the front. He's got exactly half a lap advantage to hold off the marauding pack behind. Here he comes, 2 to go. Beer of Switzerland. El Uriaga of Spain is on the front of the main field, bringing along De Boist of Belgium. He's going to do it. This rider from Switzerland, well, he deserves it. He's been the most aggressive. going to get the bell this time, and this will be a sweet victory for Beer of Switzerland. Best place so far, a couple of ninths he had in the time trial and the points, but this is going to give him a 1 for victory. Here he comes. Beer of Switzerland's going to take this one. De Boist of Belgium's going to get second, and Veld of the Netherlands, and Jonathan Dibbins fourth. Beer takes it. Boist or Veld was second, and fourth was Jonathan Dibbin of Great Britain. But really, the race belonged to one man, and it was the rider from Switzerland, and that's Olivier Beer. Victory in the scratch race. It was either Veld or De Boist for second. It was very close, but Jonathan Dibbin finished fourth. Might be able to tidy up that when we get a side shot here. Here we go, let me look at it. Yeah, Veld got second, De Boist third, Dibbin fourth.
So one more event of the men's Omnium to go. Meanwhile, we have some more sprints. So we have had a question in from Elaine or Emily or Elaine. For the sprints, how is it decided who starts off inside or outside? Hashtag TWC. That's what you need to include if you want to get your tweet up on the big screen. It was a question we talked about as regarding the Keirin. So let's find out from Carl what the process is for the sprints.
Well, Hugh, the riders who are even now sitting at the side of the track waiting to come onto the track, the clerk of the course, who's one of our race officials, offers them a draw card which will have a number on it, and if it's number 1 they start on the inside, if it's number 2 they start on the outside. So it's a draw for positions before they come to the line. So just while we wait for the riders to come to the track, a little bit of track repair being carried out following that incident in the scratch lace. Here's some important travel information for you. You may know that there's a football match going on across the road at the Manchester City Stadium, and at the end of this session it will clash with the end of that Premiership match between Manchester City and Norwich. So please note that as a result of this, Alan Turing Way, that's the road that runs directly in front of the National Cycling Centre here, will be closed between 4:45 and 5:15. Also, the Velo Park tram stop will be closed for 1 hour from 4:45 to 5:45 due to spectators leaving the Etihad Stadium following the football. So for folks leaving today's session here at the National Cycling Centre and you wish to use the tram, you're advised to catch a service before its closure. So do please keep that in mind and make sure you don't get tangled up in the football traffic this afternoon. So the action now continues with the women's sprint competition. We're actually at the final stage, I should say, of the women's sprint B competition. These are the rides for 9th and 10th place, and first on the track, the ride for 11th and 12th place overall in the women's sprint. So this will be contested between the rider from Spain, who is Tanya Calvo, and her opponent from Russia, Olga Streltsova. And Calvo, following the draw that of course was made at trackside, as we mentioned in relation to that Twitter question, the rider who's drawn the inside position here is Calvo, and her opponent Streltsova, well, she will start on the outside.
So whoever wins this will finish 11th in the sprint competition, and obviously they'll lose at 12th. So Calvo of Spain just leading here in the early stages. Remember, she has to lead for the first half a lap unless her opponent decides to pass her. That is the rule. Coming up to the bell, Calvo still then leading it. Streltsova getting ready for the challenge. But it's Calvo then that applies the pressure here first. Now then, what can Streltsova of Russia do? Closing up now. Oh, she's not going to do it though. Nope. So it's Calvo that finishes 11th in the sprint competition and Streltsova 12th.
So we come to the B Sprint final for positions 9th and 10th. And the two riders contesting this one, starting on the outside, representing China, is Jingjing Shi, and her opponent from Russia on the inside is Anastasia Voinova.
Well, she beat Streltsova in the semi-final, and Voinova beat Calvo of Spain. So at the front we have here Voinova. Is she going to hold off the challenge of Shi? Soon find out. Voinova still at the front. Here comes the challenge now for Shi. Jingling Shi trying to get onto the side of Voinova. Remember, this is for 9th and 10th in the competition. Oh, it was close, wasn't it? Voinova, I would say, from Russia took that one from Shi of China. It was a close one, but Voinova gets 9th in the competition and Shi 10th. About a quarter of a wheel in it.
So we move back to the women's sprint competition proper now for the ride-off for the minor final for places 5th through to 8th in this competition. And there are 4 riders taking the start in this one. For France, Virginie Queff; for Great Britain, Jessica Varnish; for the Netherlands, Elise Lichty; and for the nation of Australia, Stephanie Morton. Morton starts on the inside of the track.
Very difficult to control tactically. 4 riders in a sprint. Queff of France comes to the front already. And Morton. Of Australia is up there as well. Varnish is also in second spot here. Varnish looking to try and win this minor final. It would place her 5th in the competition. Bell this time. 1 to go. Getting good support then from the tribunes here is Varnish. But at the moment it's still Queff of France leading. Here comes the challenge from Jess Varnish. Varnish coming up onto the shoulder of Queff in the finishing straight. Let's have a look at it. Varnish takes the minor final to finish 5th overall.
So confirmation of places 5 through to 8 in the sprint. Jess Varnish of Great Britain takes 5th spot. Stephanie Morton of Australia will finish 6th. 7th place goes to Virginie Queff of France, and in 8th spot in the sprint, Elise Lickli of the Netherlands.
So in a moment we'll have the individual pursuit qualifying for the men. That's to come in just a moment, but whilst we set up for that, let's have a couple of questions up to our experts in the commentary box. This comes from Matt Carden. Thank you, Matt. Don't forget to add hashtag TWC. At the World Cup for the first time and loving it. Thank you very much, Matt. I'm sure most are. What is the little block some riders have under the saddle? Carl, can you answer that one for us?
Yes, Hugh, I think I can, and Matt, thank you for asking the question. A good one it is too. The technology these days allows the coaches to collect data about a rider's performance via a system, without mentioning too many trade names. The most common one is called an SRM system, and it logs data for the performance of the rider live from the bike, so the coaches can follow that. Of course, the riders don't see any of that information whilst they're riding, otherwise it would distract them, hence why it is underneath the saddle, out of the way.
And of course, the information comes from the power cranks, and obviously as they turn, the power cranks measures the wattage, I think it's called, and the power output, and then the coaches can all go away in the lab and they can look at all these performances and do an analytical overview of exactly the injection of power and speed that they've delivered, so you can't argue and say, oh, it wasn't going well. No way out.
It's true to say that there are almost as many laptops as there are bikes in this place. Adam, thank you very much for your tweet, hashtag TWC. Include that on all of them if you will. Having a great day at the Velodrome, that'll always get you a mention. It's the children's first major sporting event, says Adam. What are the yellow bumpers for on the track? So, Hugh.
Yellow bumpers, I'm assuming you mean the markers in the banking. So those are to enable the riders, well, to stop the riders, if you like, cutting the course. So they have to follow around the edge of those. And when they do that, then a record actually can be established. If there are no markers, the sponge markers on the banking and just into the straight, then a record cannot be ratified because the course could be cut.
So competition continues now with the men's individual pursuit qualification rounds. The fastest 4 riders will progress to ride at the finals later today. So heat number 1, starting in the home straight from the ISD trade team of Vladimir Zeus. And in the back straight from South Africa, Turns van der Bank.
the men's open 4,000 metre pursuit gets underway. We've already had a raft of 4,000 metre pursuits. That, of course, was an event in the Omnium, but this is for the purists, and they are just entered into this. We've got 9 heats, and the first heat on the track is between Volod Meyer Dussus and Teun van der Bank from the Republic of South Africa.
The ISD track team of Ukraine.
So, Dussus riding for the ISD track team of Ukraine. Got a 6-team entry here. And the opening kilometre, 1:10.060. Both posting 1:10 actually, so not too much to choose between them. Be interesting to see how much quicker they are, if anybody does go any quicker than the rider in the Omnium who went 4:20.7, I think it was, if I remember correctly. Very, very impressive time. World record standing at 4:10.534, held by Jack Bobridge of Australia. Very, very impressive time indeed. And sadly this, which used to be the Blue Ribbon event for endurance riders, no longer part of the Olympic programme. It's like a lot of other events that have been taken out. 2,000 metre mark. Zus of Ukraine, 2:16.408, is leading comfortably here. We're looking for the fastest 2 riders to go into the final to ride for gold and silver, and the 3rd and 4th to race off for bronze. Well, we could have a catching situation here. We've seen them already achieved before, and that is, of course, which helps the pursuiters. Slowly but surely, the rider from Ukraine is closing down on his opponent, Van der Bank of the Republic of South Africa. Be 1 kilometre to go this time. 3:23.928 then at the 3,000 metre mark. Dussus of Ukraine then doing a good job here, but will his time be good enough to see him through into the ride-off for the medals? He's going to have a long wait because there are 8 more heats to go after this one. Final 500 metres. He's rocking and rolling a little bit on the saddle now, the shoulders rolling, always a telltale sign that it's hurting. This is the bell lap for the rider from Ukraine, Dussus, the early leader. The South African just about avoiding the catch. And Dussus goes 4:32.103. That's the standard. Here comes Van der Bank. And Van der Bank's time 4:40.304. So that's heat 1 completed.
So to the second heat, taking the start in the home straight, representing Italy is Marco Coladan, and his opponent in the back straight from Belarus, Ale Ahievic.
First few revs, of course, at the start, always very difficult to get that big gear moving. It's a little bit like going into the gym and doing a squat with a heavy weight. Just trying to get the thing moving, but once you are on top of the gear and you're spinning it well, then you're into the ride. It's no good riding a gear that's dictating to you. You always want to be riding a gear that is easy enough for you to rhythmically pedal it. And good leg speed being shown already here by the Italian as he has gone off the mark very quickly indeed. Coladan, the 25-year-old Italian, has literally flown out of the gate. He's got his opponent in his sights. He may pay for that a little bit later. Ahievic of Belarus, at the moment he's on the rack here. They're in the same straight. And Coladan is literally romping around the boards. Now, if he does catch his opponent, he's got to carry on to complete the distance to record a time. First kilometre, that's an indication of just how he's gone out of the gate. He's done a 107.06 here. That's flying for the first 4 laps. Well, if he can maintain this, we're in for a special time. Doesn't look as though he's tying up at the moment. Getting nearer, isn't he? This is where it's going to really start to tell if he is going to tie up. I mean, Italy a few years ago had some sensational individual pursuiters, but somehow or other they have dropped out of the frame when it comes to track racing. But they are starting to get 1 or 2 athletes that are shining again. Right, 2:10.6 at the midway point, and he is going to pick up his opponent. So Coladan of Italy is really on a ride at the moment. Can he keep this up? He's a big lad, strong, good levers. Here's the catch. Overhauling now, Ahievic of Belarus. Well, not quite, but he's coming up to the back wheel. Yep, he overhauls his opponent. Now he's got a long, lonely ride, although he's digging in here. Ahievic, he said, "You're not going to pass me," so they're shoulder to shoulder. So frustrating. But Coladan has got past him now. Now, Ahievic will have to drop back the regulation distance. Otherwise, he will be told about taking pace, and that is far too close. So the commissaire on the trackside will tell him that he has to move back from the wheel of the Italian, who still looks pretty good. 3:14.998 then at the 3 kilometre point. Now, if he can maintain this, there's a chance he could go inside 4:20 here. That's very impressive individual pursuiting. Just rolling a little bit on the saddle as he pulls himself forward and concentrates in that aerodynamic position. 2 to go then for Coladan of Italy. Did a long 1:3 for the second kilometre, and then he did a 1:4 for the next one. So if he knocks out another 1:4 here, he could be on something like a 4:19. Hammering his way down the back straight. Half a lap to go. Here comes Coladan of Italy. Keep an eye on the clock. Is he going to go sub 4:20? It's going to be close. No, just outside, but that's an impressive ride by the Italian. Coladan, 4:20.753. Obviously the quickest at the early stages of the competition, and 4:29.053 for Aimovic of Belarus.
So the riders for heat number 3 taking to the start line now. For the home straight, it's Australia and Miles Scottson, and his opponent in the back straight, representing Germany, Niels Schomba.
Heat 3 underway here. Miles Scottson of Australia versus Niels Schomba from Germany. 29 years of age, the German Schomba. Silver medal winner in the European Junior Pursuit Championships a few years back. Be interested to see what the Australian does here. Scottson. They've got a lot of talented individual pursuiters. The current world champion from Minsk is Michael Hepburn. In fact, he's won it the last 2 years in a row. Melbourne the year before that, and it was Jack Bobridge, his fellow countryman, that clinched the title in 2011 in Appledorn. So the Australians have dominated this discipline. 3 world title achievements back-to-back for Australia. So it's a 109 kilometre here for Scots, and they're both on a 109 schedule. That's probably a little bit better, a more steadier delivery in the opening 4 laps, not like the Italian, who literally blasted his way out of the gates with a 107. Well, the tussle continues here. Pretty evenly matched, aren't they? Australian just with the slender advantage. Not too much between them. There's one thing about a full-on pursuit. You can't ratchet the pace up. You've got to keep that tempo even. 2:15.07 for Scottson. 2:15.4 for Schomba. About 0.35 of a second between them, but they're off the pace of the Italian by 5 seconds at this stage. This is where you have to back it up, that start. generally about the last 5 laps is where it really begins to tell in the individual pursuit. Schomburg of Germany now looks as though he's getting his second win here, and he's putting the Australian to the sword. He's gone ahead. 3:20.790 for Schomburg. That's almost 6 seconds off the pace of Koledon. So they're running just ahead of the pace of Ayevich of Belarus. Second and third at the moment, but at this stage of the competition, the Italian is way out in front. We're inside the final 500 metres. And the Germany's proving to be much stronger here than in the concluding stages. You may refer my comment about the 5 final laps where these individual pursuits are always decided. And that certainly is reflecting strongly here. Schomburg of Germany then, on his way back to his original starting station to clinch Heat 3. He does, closing time 4:26.561, the second fastest time so far. And Scottson, who completes the distance in 4:30.227, goes 4th.
So just before we bring the next riders to the track and introduce them, just a quick reminder for you at the end of this session. It clashes with the end of the Premiership football match across the road at the Etihad Stadium, and as a result, Alan Turing Way will be closed between 4:45 and 5:15. And in addition, the Velo Park tram stop will be closed for 1 hour from 4:45 to 5:45 due to spectators leaving the football stadium. So for those of you leaving the session who wish to use the tram, you're advised that it doesn't operate between the hours of 4:45 and 5:45. So heat number 4, riding in the home straight from Argentina is Mauro Agostini, and his opponent from Hong Kong, who starts in the back straight, King Lok Chung.
We're into the 4th heat of this men's individual 4,000 metre pursuit between Mauro Agostini of Argentina, 24 years of age, and 2 years his junior, the rider from Hong Kong, King Lok Chung. Chung, the competitor from Hong Kong, winner of the silver medal in the national time trial and 3rd in the road race. And still that time sits out there a country mile ahead of anybody else, of Koledon of Italy at 4:20.753. Both riders posting a 1:09 for the first kilometre. And it's the second and third quickest in the opening 4 laps. Getting near to the midway point. Well, it's pretty tight, isn't it? The rider from Argentina probably with just a slender advantage as I look across the track, but there's not much to choose between them. In fact, it's Chung of Hong Kong that's just eased his way ahead, but not by much. 2:14.086. Split time at 2,000 metres. So these two riders, if they maintain this tempo, will go second and third in the contest. Coach giving his charge here plenty of advice as he goes past him. That's the rider from Argentina, Agostini, shouting information at him. Can actually get quite you can get quite demoralised actually by receiving those instructions in a pursuit, but it seems to be doing the trick, because he's now turned the tables a tad here then on Chung. And Agostini has now gone ahead, not by much, but he's ahead, 3:20.837. It's about 1 3/4 seconds. He's carved out the advantage over Chung of Hong Kong. He's third at the moment, just a little bit slower than Chomba of Germany. Two to go, 500 metres remaining. Coach giving the clenched fist salute there, which means come on, apply the pressure, we want more tempo. I tell you what, he's responding, he's delivering. Agostini coming up to the line for the bell. 1 to go. Final of this, of course, will take place this evening. We will then see who has recovered the best and the quickest from the qualifications. Here comes the arrival of Agostini. 4:26.996, that's the third quickest time we've had so far. And for Chung of Hong Kong, 4:34.645, seventh.
So the men's individual pursuit qualification round continues. Remember, the fastest 4 riders at the end of this qualification round will ride for gold, silver and bronze medals this evening. So this is heat number 5, and taking the start in the home straight and representing Mexico, Edibaldo Maldonado, and his opponent in the back straight from Belgium is Jonas Ricard.
Maldonado from Mexico in the home straight, and Ricard of Belgium in the back straight. 2 youngsters here, the Mexican 20 and Ricard just 1 year younger at 19. Still waiting to see whether anybody can offer any challenge at all to this time of the Italian. Coladan at 4:20.753. It looks to be well out of reach of anybody at this stage. He is 6 seconds quicker than his nearest challenger, which is Schomba of Germany. Well, compared with Coladan of Italy, this is a pretty modest start by these two, with the greatest respect. The quicker is Ricard of Belgium, but a 1:13.1 means that's only the 9th fastest of the riders we've had. So there's a bucket of time required here if they want to elevate themselves into a medal contesting position, which is completely out of reach. So they're just riding here for personal pride. Belgian at the moment with the greatest strength, coming up to the 2 kilometre marker, midway point. Just under 2 seconds faster than the Mexican, Maldonado. Well, the Belgian achieving his aim to sight his opponent. And he's got just under the length of the straight now to work in to try and close him down. Some good pursuiters a few years ago, the Belgians. Herman van Loo springs to mind. He's a real talent. 3:27.4 then for Ricard. And he's now 6 seconds faster than Maldonado of Mexico. It's a routine ride by these two. Coaches will go away and analyse it. Certainly will not be required for the next round, either of them. Two to go for the Mexican, who's going to get caught. The catch is going to be achieved. Here it is. Ricard of Belgium with 1 lap to go overhauls his opponent. The Belgian completes his distance in 4:35.632. That places him 8th in the competition, and here comes Maldonado of Mexico for 10th, 4:45.029.
So 4 heats to go. The next on the track, heat number 6, will feature in the home straight. Starting here for Switzerland is Tom Bowley, and his opponent representing Great Britain, the individual pursuit here for Andy Tennant.
Andy Tennant representing Great Britain, starting in the back straight. A former junior world champion for 3,000 metres individual pursuit. And a member of the Great Britain team pursuit squad that won the gold medal here on day 1. And his opponent is Tom Bowley from Switzerland, just 19 years of age. And Bowley at the moment is just going away a little quicker in the early stages. Tennant, who rides on the domestic road scene for the Madison Genesis squad. Was in the team that also won the European title for the team pursuit in Apeldoorn just over a month ago. Oh, just over a couple of weeks ago, I should say. First kilometre, well, that is very quick. Bowley of Switzerland has gone 1:06.1. That's even faster than Colodan of Italy. Surely he's going to pay for that. Tennant with a respectable opening kilometre of 1:08 as well. He's under pressure here, but Tennant is going about this much, much better. He's slowly building the tempo up, whereas Bowley of Switzerland has flown out of the gate. I mean, a 1:06 for the first kilometre, I mean, that's world record pace. When Chris Boardman set the world record here of 4:11, he opened up with a 1:08. At the moment, the rider from Switzerland isn't showing any signs of blowing, but Tennant is now slowly getting himself together, not panicking at all. He's not fazed by the fact that he's trailing. He's getting himself organised for the rest of the distance. Midway point, here comes Bowley. Let's have a look at the time. 2:10.653, just slowing up a little bit. He's 2/100ths off the pace of the Italian Colodan, but still looking good. Well, Bowley's beginning to pay the price for that electric first kilometre of 1:06, and Tennant slowly but surely beginning to peg him back. Still in the lead, the Swiss rider, but for how much longer? Tennant getting some good support here from the tribunes. 1 kilometre to go, and it's nearly level pegging. They're second and third so far in time, with Bowley on 3:17, but he's beginning to suffer now. Now then, Tennant, if he can just keep this up, has got a very good chance of putting himself right up there into second position. Good scrap this. The advantage that was almost the length of the straight at one point in favour of Bowley is now only a handful of metres. 1 lap to go. It's the bell this time. Who wants this the most? Determination and courage between these two. Bowley still leading. Tennant trying to find something in the closing stages. Keep an eye on the finishing line. Who's going to get it? Bolly of Switzerland takes it. 4:24.679. Second fastest time of the competition. And Andy Tennant closes it out on 4:25.2 for the third quickest time.
So that's reshaped the top of the classification with still 3 heats to be contested. Coladan still has the lead, 4:27.53, but Bowley of Switzerland moving up to second spot, 4:24.679. Tennant of Great Britain, 4:25.231, and Schomburg of Germany lies fourth, 4:26.561. Remember, the 4 fastest teams will contest the medal rides this evening. So to introduce the riders for heat number 7, starting in the home straight, representing Kazakhstan is Adias Omrizakov, and his opponent from New Zealand in the back straight, Dylan Kennett.
Two more heats to go then after this one, and this brings together the rider from Kazakhstan, Omirzakov, and from New Zealand, Dylan Kennett. And still sitting there at the top of the leaderboard, thanks to that scorching ride earlier on, is Coladan of Italy, 4:20.7. Bolly of Switzerland in that last heat's the nearest to the Italian, but almost 4 seconds shy. So Andy Tennant at the moment from Great Britain is sitting in the position where he would ride off for the bronze medal. Fastest in the first kilometre is Kennett of New Zealand, 1:08.9, running on a similar time here to Andy Tennant, just fractionally quicker, Kennett. New Zealander doing the better work here, and he's got Omirzakov of Kazakhstan in his sights at the end of the straight. 6th spot at the moment at the midway point for Kennett on 2:14.471. heading towards the final kilometre. And it's still Kennett then that's leading, although he's starting to buckle significantly here now. The 3/4 point, only the 10th fastest time for Kennett. And Omirzakov slower, 12th. So these two are not going to disrupt the leading positions with 2 more heats to go. Coming up to the line for the bell lap. Kennett of New Zealand has got this comfortably tidied up, the 18-year-old. It's something round about a 4:30 here, or over. In fact, 4:37.975 for Kennett and 4:43.39 for Omirzakov.
Well, this is a call for Peter Evans, your son, who has become temporarily lost from you, is by the main spectator door. So if you could make your way, please. He's waiting for your arrival there. Peter Evans, please go and meet your son at the main doors of the velodrome. Thank you. So the penultimate heat now of this men's individual pursuit qualification round. In the home straight for Russia, Alexander Serov is the rider taking the start. And in the back straight, representing Spain, Sebastian Mora. Well, false start there. Departure from the starting gate, not successful for the rider in the home straight, Alexander Serov. So they'll come back to the line and get that one underway. No fault for the rider, I don't think. It was an issue with the gate itself. So problem resolved. Hopefully the riders on the start line again for the restart for heat number 8. Sarov home straight for Russia and Mora back straight for Spain.
Well, we've got a quick man on the track now, if he's in form. That's Jenning Gausinger from the Netherlands. He's got a 4:16.3. Slightly ahead of myself, of course. He's going in the final heat. Get his opponent right anyway. Alexander Serov of Russia started in the home straight, and Serov has been around quite some time. 31 years of age, Serov. Always there or thereabouts when he rides in the World Cup. He's ridden here before in the individual pursuit. He finished second in round 4 of the World Cup back in 2007 when he went 4:21. So if he could do that here, 4:21, that would place him second, and it would depose the Swiss rider Boldy of that runner-up position. His opponent is Mora from Spain. And Mora has gone slightly quicker in the first kilometre of 1:09. Russian Serov, 2:13.2 after 2,000 metres. Third quickest time, so he's moving sweetly here. And Mora at the moment is on a schedule to place him 7th, but Serov at the moment on 2:13.2 is just a tad quicker than Andy Tennant. So if he does go quicker than Tennant, that will push Andy Tennant down into the 4th qualifying position. That means in the ride-off for bronze, but of course there's still one heat to go with a couple of handy riders.
Afternoon viewing.
Three-quarter point, and Serov is now moving up into the 2nd fastest time on a 3:16.8. So if he maintains this now, it'll make Kolodan of Italy and Serov of Russia the quickest two, pushing Boldy down to 3rd and 4th, Andy Tennant. But the time of the Spaniard is quicker than Tennant as well. So if these two maintain this, I'm afraid that Great Britain's Andy Tennant could end up in a 5th position with one heat to go, which means he's outside of the medal class contest. Bell lap, which way is he going to go? Serov looks to have this one tidied up, but it's all about that finishing time. Tennant's time was 4:25.231. Now watch the clock. If they're quicker than that, then poor old Andy's going to move out of the medal contested situation. Yeah, they're both quicker. So Serov is the second on 4:22.2 and Mora of Spain third on 4:23.2. Still leading the Italian Colodon.
So the final heat, starting in the home straight, silver medalist from the World Championships in Belarus, Martin Irvine of Ireland, and his opponent from the Netherlands in the back straight, Jenning Huizenga.
Well, if these two are in anything like the form we would associate with them, the board could get rejigged again here. Martin Irvine of Ireland, who started in the home straight, was second in the World Individual Pursuit Championships earlier this year, and he's also the world champion for the scratch. But his opponent, Jenning Huizenga of the Netherlands, won himself a silver medal in the World Pursuit Championships here in Manchester in 2008 and was actually a tad quicker in qualification than Bradley Wiggins when he went 4:16.3. He's the fastest man in the field if he's got that kind of form. To be fair, Bradley did ease back in the concluding half a lap. He certainly put it right in the final, but he's got a strange style, Huizenga. If you look at him here, the way he's really forward, a bit like a praying manta. Look, strange position, but it's very, very effective. So at the moment it's Colodon with that blistering 4:20 that's the quickest, and he's lining up to race against Serov for the gold and silver, and Mora of Spain set to ride off for the bronze against Bolli, providing neither of these two go any quicker, and they would of course be intruders and once again rejig the standings. .2,000 metre mark, 2:13.291, so the Dutchman is slipping back a little bit. So the four that are in the frame to race it out for the medals look at this stage to be safe. This is the 3/4 mark. Slipped back another place. Huizinga to 6, but Andy Irvine, Martin Irvine I should say, has actually lifted himself up a place. So he's got the greater strength and the better legs here in the concluding stages. If you want a place in the top 4 for a ride-off for the bronze, you've got to get inside the time of 4:24.679 by Bowley, who is currently 4th. Final lap. Can they do it? 1 lap to go. Huizinga of the Netherlands applying the pressure here to try and achieve that. Let's have a look at his finishing time. 4:25.129. So he goes 5th. So he just misses out on the possibility of a ride for a medal. And the time for Irvine, 4:26.012.
So the medals this evening, gold and silver, will be contested between Marco Colladin of Italy and Serov of Russia. And the bronze medal, well, that'll be a contest between Mora of Spain and Bowley of Switzerland. So as the riders come onto the track in preparation for the first of 2 points race heats, just a final reminder for you about that important travel information if you are heading away from the velodrome following this afternoon session. Of course, there is a Premier League football match taking place as we speak between Manchester City and Norwich over at the Etihad Stadium, and as a result, Alan Turing Way will be closed between 4:45 and 5:15 whilst the football traffic exits the stadium. That also means the Velo Park tram stop, which is the nearest one here to the National Cycling Centre, will be closed for 1 hour from 4:45 to 5:45 due to spectators exiting the Etihad Stadium. And so if you are leaving the session following the conclusion of racing this afternoon, please make sure you're aware of that tram closure between 4:45 and 5:45. So, as advertised a moment or so ago, we have now got the men's points race competition, and we have 2 qualification heats, 13 riders taking the start in each heat, from which 3 will not qualify for this evening's points race finals. 10 riders will go through from each heat, giving us a 20-up final. The qualification matches are contested over 60 laps of the track, 15 kilometres of racing with 6 sprints.
Penultimate event of the afternoon gets underway. The first of 2 points race heats over 15 kilometres. 6 sprints here. And the lineup firmly confirmed on the board for you. A bit of a tester for the commentator for number 78, if you look on the board.
Or even number 70.
And even number 70.
I'll go for Dillier for 78, that's quite straightforward.
Another question. Why in the men's
5 to go to sprint 1. Attack off the front. Lasse Hansen of Denmark was the man tapping the pace out there, the Olympic gold medalist for the Omnium in London. And it is Hansen on the front coming up to the line for the first sprint. Bell lap. Brice of France, second, and third, the rider from Argentina, Crespo. Hans takes it from the Frenchman, and that was Brice. I'll tidy up the 4 positions for you in a moment.
Oh my goodness.
So there's the result confirmed to you on the board. A rich mix of different countries, but the 5 points was taken by Hansen of Denmark. And those points achieved, of course, give you the standings at the early stages of the contest. Hansen leading from Denmark, Brice of France, Crespo of Argentina, and in 4th spot, Zesalowski from Poland. Lone attack here off the front. Remember, this is the incentive always to gain the lap and bolt the bonus points onto your total. Lutsishin of Ukraine now going away. Just one lap to sprint number 2, and Lutsishin of Ukraine is the man that's in the good position. Crespo of Argentina, who is 3rd at the moment, he's leading the charge. And the Polish rider is also up there again. Zeskolarski. Look at this for a charge. Lutsishin of Ukraine's got the 5. Oh yes, a late burst by the Australian Edmondson for the 3. Tight, wasn't it? Crespo was up there. And the result of sprint number 2, Lutsishin of Ukraine from Edmondson of Australia, Strottinger from the Netherlands 3rd, a former world champion, and Crespo of Argentina coming in 4th. Three to go to sprint number 3. 2 riders tying then for the leader position. That's Lutsishin of Ukraine and Hansen of Denmark. Both have got 5. Crespo leads a raft of riders on 3. Edmondson and Brees are with Crespo. Australian getting ready for the charge, but he's beaten to the punch by the Frenchman. Brees of France on the front. 2 to go to the next sprint. As I come up to the line then, it's Brees of France leading the Australian Edmondson. And also in the shake-up here then from the Netherlands is Strottinger. Brees is going to take it. Brees takes it from Edmondson from Strottinger. And in 4th position it was Maldonado. Looked like Maldonado of Mexico. Yep, that is the result. That has been confirmed. So Brees of France now leading with 8 points. Edmondson 2nd on 6. And Lutsishin of Ukraine tying for 3rd with Hansen of Denmark. First 10 riders will qualify through to the final. And there is a certain fracturing here in the peloton. but they are starting to come back together again. 26 more laps to go in this first heat. Lasse Hansen continues to pull the field along here. The Olympic gold medalist for the Omnium, and it's Hansen then that's bringing them up to the line for the bell and the next sprint. 2 more sprints to go after this one. Big injection of pace off the front by the rider from the Netherlands, that's Strottinger. 7th in the recent European Championships. Here comes Strottinger. Oh, Hansen second. Late burst by Hansen, put him into second spot there, but it was Strottinger, the Dutchman, that picked up the 5. And the other 2 places, in 3rd position from Russia was Sveshnikov, and the Swiss rider Dillier 4th for 1. So if you look at the board, with 2 sprints to go, you can soon work out the riders in the hot seat, because it's the first 10 that will progress into the final. Three riders at the moment who have not scored any points, and one of them is the Welshman Jonathan Mould. And we have a quintet of riders here looking set to gain the lap, and will give them the 20-point bonus. Kasek Zalorski of Poland brings them up, and they make the junction. 5 riders gain the 20 points. And Jonathan Mould must have heard me say that he hadn't scored any points, because he was a member of that quintet that just gained the lap and picked up the 20-point bonus. So that'll do very nicely for Jonathan Mould, who's the British Omnium champion, and that will elevate him into the final. Penultimate sprint just 2 laps away. Only one rider has failed to score any points at the moment. That's Ang of Singapore. Big effort here then for this penultimate sprint. Field lining up behind, being led by the Australian, but they're all trailing the lone rider ahead, who'll get the 5 points. And that is Maldonado of Mexico. So Maldonado gets the 5. Edmondson, Crespo and Strottinger, the rest of the places. inside 10 laps to go in this first points race heat. Three riders at the moment that are in the hot seat. It's Crespo of Argentina with 5, Sveshnikov of Russia with 2, and Ang of Singapore with 0. Maldonado of Mexico has got 6, and Brice of France got 8, and Hansen also on 8. So the 3 that are going to miss out can come from that little cluster of riders. Hansen on the attack again here. Lasse Norman Hansen, just 18 years of age when he won that Olympic gold medal for the Omnium. Eight points Hansen's got, so he's looking to bolt the 5 on just to make sure he doesn't want to get caught in the rush behind and miss out. 2 to go. Pace beginning to lift now behind. Hansen, a very deceptive style. Just looks as though he's out on a cruise, but he takes some catching. Brice of France now, and Crespo and the Australian Edmondson leading behind. And this is the final sprint. Here comes Hansen, followed by Brice. Hansen gets the 5, Brice of France gets the 3. Crespo, well, went for the 2, but he might have just been beaten there by the Australian Edmondson. That tidies up Heat 1. And there are the results on the board for you. Final sprint, let me just tell you, Hansen from Brice, from Edmondson, from Crespo. Top 10 go through.
So don't forget to tweet us at Track World Cup with your Track World Cup pictures and updates using hashtag TWC. There's a big reminder under the scoreboard if you forget what our tweet address is, and we'll share the best ones on the British Cycling live blog at britishcycling.org.uk. So the final competitive action on the track this afternoon will be the second men's point race qualification heat, again contested over 60 laps of the track. That's 15 kilometres racing with 6 sprints, 13 riders lining up on the start line, 10 of whom will qualify through to tonight's finals, join those who have already qualified from the first heat.
Final event of the afternoon underway here, the second heat of the men's points race. The final due to take place later this evening. We've got lining up in the race here, Viviani, number 62, the current European champion. And you may recall, if you were watching the Tour of Britain, Viviani was a stage winner in the Round Britain Tour. Very good sprinter, Viviani, number 62, representing Italy. We've got Owain Doull in this as well for Great Britain. De Ketetler of Belgium, 10th in the World Championships, but another gutsy bike rider when it comes to the points. Martin Irvine, the World Scratch Champion. Quite a juicy lineup here for this final heat. Of course, Great Britain actually currently has the world points champion. That's Simon Yates. Yates not competing here. A pretty heavy road season, Yates, having finished third in the Tour of Britain, won himself a stage, got himself a couple of stage wins in the Tour de l'Avenir as well. So his brother Adam finished runner-up in that race, the Tour de l'Avenir, which is normally the apprentices race for the big trade teams. They keep an eye on people who win that, and generally they get themselves a nice pro contract. Former winners, people like Greg LeMond, who went on, of course, to win the Tour de France. Now then, attack here on the front with 1 lap to go to the next sprint from Montana of Spain. Montana of Spain leading this one out. Kenny De Ketetler is in the shake-up as well, but second place over the line there was Ajevic of Belarus. So the first sprint, it was Montana of Spain from Ajevic of Belarus, De Ketetler of Belgium, and Reinhardt of Germany. Pace being forced on the front by Viviani of Italy. Traditional azzurro blue that the Italians always used to race in, fantastic colour, but now for some unknown reason, like a lot of nations, they've changed, predominantly white now, so you lose them in the peloton. This looks like the Belgian having a crack here. Yeah, it is. Di Catella of Belgium, 10th in the World Championships. And Viviani on the front of the string, not prepared to do the chasing. Owen Doull of Great Britain also swings high, and it leaves Bulling of New Zealand in the black strip at the head. But still fractionally ahead with 3 to go to sprint number 2. It's Di Catella of Belgium. Still clear. Reinhardt of Germany, who was 4th in the first sprint, swings up. And it leaves Montana, who won sprint number 1, to pull the peloton along. Di Catella has got a nice lead here for the 5 points. The gap coming down. Montana of Spain 2nd, Viviani of Italy 3rd. That's how they're going to finish. And the South African, number 72, finishes in 4th position, Carstens. Overall standings then, Montana of Spain leading on 8th from Di Catella. Ajevic of Belarus 3rd, Viviani 4th on 2 and 5th Carstens, Reinhardt 6th. An attack by Owen Doull of Great Britain, and there's a ripple of support around the arena. Owen Doull then turning the screw here. Viviani of Italy decides he doesn't like this, and he's having a crack as well to get across. Viviani chasing Doull down. In fact, it's Popkov, my apologies. Popkov is the man in very similar colours to Viviani. Popkov was the one that tried to close down on Doull, who's going to drop in this leading group. Riding on the ISD track team of Ukraine then, Popkov. And we got a quintet then going clear. A nice little move, this. Kadlec of the Czech Republic is there as well. 4th in the World Championships this year, 6th in the Europeans. Also a member of this little posse of riders going away is Kovalev of Russia. And they've got a half a lap almost advantage. Need to just keep the pressure applied. Yep, it is half a lap now then for the 5. Good move this. 1 to go to the next sprint. Kadlec leading through. Kovalev of Russia is in there. Owen Doull. Here they come up to the line. Bulling of New Zealand gets the 5. Owen Doull got the 1 there for 4th. And they're going to make the junction and gain the lap. So the result of that last sprint, it was Bulling of New Zealand from Kovalev of Russia, 3rd Popkov of Ukraine, and 4th Doull. The other rider that gained the lap there that didn't actually figure in the points was Kadlec of the Czech Republic. But if you look on the big board now, you can see that these 5 are nicely clear. So that will secure them a place in the final tonight. Well, the World Scratch Champion, Martin Irvin of Ireland, has not scored any points at the moment. And we've got 3 sprints to go, so Martin Irvin needs to work out a strategy where he can put himself in a position then to get points on the board. Remember, we're looking for the top 10. Kadlec on the front. Well, he must have heard my commentary. Whoops, he's come down the inside there, Irvin. He wants to get his name on that board. He's got a good chance this time. Here's the bell. Gone for a long one. Reinhardt of Germany is sitting up there with him. De Ketelaere of Belgium as well, but it looks like Irvin is going to hold them off. Let's have a look. Yep, Irvin gets the 5, Reinhardt gets the 3. De Ketelaere of Belgium gets the 2, and that 5 then for Irvin should be good enough to see him through into the final. 2 more sprints to go. Let me just tidy that one up for you. Irvin taking it from Reinhardt of Germany, De Ketelaere of Belgium 3rd, and Ajevich of Belarus 4th. Well, another man that finds himself in a spot of trouble here with 2 sprints to go, and I can't believe it, is Viviani, who rides on the professional Cannondale team. He's only got 2 points, and if he stayed in that position he would be eliminated. So number 62 Viviani's got some work to do as well. Ajevich was the man that forced the pace down the straight again there. Okay, 1 to go for the penultimate sprint of Heat 2. And the man that needs the points, Viviani, is leading the charge here. If he gets a 5 here, Viviani will take himself out of the danger zone. Reinhardt is 2nd, that'll do nicely. Viviani gets the 5, Reinhardt gets the 3. And it looked very much like Montana of Spain getting the 2. Yep, that's how it is. And the 4th place went to Carstens, the Republic of South Africa. So with 1 sprint to go, the 3 riders in the hot seat here for elimination are Ajevich of Belarus, Carstens, Republic of South Africa, and Panasenko from Kazakhstan. 8 laps remaining. Stand by for the final sprint. Carl will tidy up the riders that have not made it through, and I'll just call the final sprint for you. Here we go. It's going to be the bell this time. Di Catella on the front of Belgium, and sitting in second place, Owen Dool of Great Britain. And that's how they finish. Di Catella wins the final sprint from Owen Dool. And also in the shake-up there was Bulling of New Zealand. And there are one or two riders biting their fingernails there to see whether or not they've just about scraped through. Carl will confirm the non-qualifiers. And I'll just tidy up the final sprint. Di Catella wins the sixth and final sprint from Dool of Great Britain. Bulling of New Zealand third. In fact, fourth, and Viviani coming in that final sprint third to get 2 points.
So we can confirm now the result, as you called it, with Bulling taking the win, Dool second and Kovalev in third spot. But those riders who don't make the cut for tonight's final are the rider from Belarus, Havic, Karstens of South Africa, and Pasenko of Kazakhstan.
So that completes our day session here on Saturday on day 2 of the UCI Track Cycling World Cup here in Manchester. Thank you so much for coming. If you are heading out now and not able to return for the evening session from 7 o'clock, then please do have a safe journey home. Remember, there are those traffic implications of the game at the Etihad Stadium, so please make your way safely and carefully as you head home this afternoon. Incidentally, if you aren't coming back, you can watch live coverage of this evening's programme on the BBC Red Button and streamed online BBC Sport website as well. So catch all the racing later on the BBC Red Button if you need to, because you're not able to come back when 6 gold medals will be won. All those jostling for positions, all that qualifying will come to a head later on as we see Kirin in the men, women's sprint and individual pursuit in the men and women, some of the medals that will be won later on today. I'd also like to thank the volunteers. Thank you very much indeed for everything that you have done to make everything run so smoothly so far today. And also, in addition to that, our officials who, of course, have done very much the same thing in making sure everything is as it should be. And the last thing is to just thank you for coming and experiencing track cycling. If it's for the first time, let's hope it's the first time of the many. If it's one of many, then thank you very much, and we hope to see you once again very soon. It all starts again at 7 o'clock. We'll see you later. If you are making your way home, safe journey home. We'll see you soon.